Good evening, everyone, and welcome tonight to Greenwood City Council meeting on this Monday, May the 1st, 2023 at approximately 7:05 p.m. Ms. Derry, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. A.C. Brown is absent. Ralph Maker.
Here.
Tim Terry.
Here.
Roger Rainwater.
Here.
Daniel McDaniel.
Here.
Rob Powell is absent, but we do have a quorum.
Mr. Brown is just arriving.
Oh, okay.
So I'll wait for Mr. Brown. He'll see it. Okay, I won't.
We have a quorum.
If everyone would please rise, we'll begin our meeting this evening by prayer led by Brother Jeff Ivy from Greenwood First Baptist Church, followed by pledge of allegiance by Buddy.
All right, let's pray. Lord, we thank you for this beautiful day. Lord, just your many blessings, the gift of life. Lord, we thank you for this great nation. And Lord, the blessings you give us, the freedoms to worship you and to enjoy life here. And we especially thank you for Greenwood. What a blessing it is to all of us. Thank you for these that serve here and those that serve throughout the city. Just pray tonight that you would guide every decision made here. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Everybody watch Jeff Ivy. He'll try to sneak out. Again, thank you for being here this evening. We will move on to the approval of minutes for the April 3rd, 2023 regular City Council meeting and the April 10th, 2023 special call City Council meeting. I would ask that the council entertain approving those minutes.
Mayor, I make that motion. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Maker.
Yes.
Mr. Terry.
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater.
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel.
Yes, ma'am.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. At this time, we have a very special recognition I'd like to make. So I'm going to step forward to do this. Try to get through this without getting goofy. So we're going to recognize and acknowledge a young man who left us way too soon. And that's Mr. Tommy Basham. This young man, because every time I saw him, he was young, no matter what he was doing, whether he was refereeing ball games or yelling at Sandy, or probably well deserved doing that. Sandy was. Tommy left us a while back, and we know where he's at. Not worried about that. But he left a hole. He really did. He left a hole in Greenwood. Tommy sat in this chair, not as mayor, I don't think. He might have. He did everything else. But he sat in this chair often, and many times over the years, as chairman of the Planning Commission. If he wasn't sitting in this chair, he was sitting in the chair on the other side of it as a member of the Planning Commission. I've asked Sonny if he would come forward and speak a little bit about that. Sonny served with him for years and years. So, Mr. Bell.
Well, I'm kind of like the mayor. I'll try to say some things about Tommy, but Tommy and I started in the Planning Commission about the same time, and I think it was around the year 2000. He served on the Planning Commission straight through, I think 23 years. But, and like the mayor said, he was chairman quite often, he was a member quite often. During the time he was on the commission, he was fair with everybody. Tommy's problem was he knew everybody in town. So a lot of times he was having to rule for or against somebody that he knew personally. But he was always very fair with them. And his demeanor when he was talking to people was always low-key, and it set them at ease. If he ever had anything that he felt was a conflict of interest, he would abstain from voting, which that is what you're supposed to do as a member of the planning commission. But Tommy and I went through a lot of changes in Greenwood, and his focus was always what was best for Greenwood. And I enjoyed time going over to his office to get him to sign documents. You know, you'd all see me coming there from time to time, and we'd sit and talk for a while and all that. But, greatly missed Tommy. He was a good friend and a good person for Greenwood. And Planning Commission is going to miss him. Greenwood is going to miss him. So we just want you to know how special he was to us.
Thank you, Sonny. Charlotte was sharing something today with me, and I don't know if it's okay if I, Charlotte was telling me today that a lot of times, Tommy would be sitting in here and he would call upon Sonny for some advice or something during a meeting, and he would refer to Sonny as the chairman. I don't know if he was trying to get rid of the job or what was going on, but that happened, I think, pretty often.
It would always give me a giggle.
Absolutely. And he was just that guy. We're not telling you folks anything you don't know. Sorry. He will be missed. He is missed. So, without further ado, let me read this proclamation. On behalf of the people of Greenwood, the city of Greenwood, to publicly recognize Tommy Basham. Whereas Tommy Dale Basham, known and loved by so many in Greenwood, lived a life of service as a Greenwood business owner, as a city planner, as an enthusiastic sports official. I think that's kind of covers that. And as a founder of the Babe Ruth baseball team, his servitude knew no bounds. That's a fact. Whereas Tommy was involved in many civic organizations throughout his time in Greenwood, and this including serving on the Greenwood Planning Commission, Board of Adjustment, which I still don't know what the difference is, but that's what they do, right? For 40 years, you know the difference. Earning him a place in our history as one of the most enduring public servants in Greenwood's history. And whereas Tommy Dale Basham, a Greenwood native, graduate, business owner, and much more, has spent a lifetime giving back to the community of which he loved. With his wife, Sue, of 64 years, so you were married when you were 5. He raised a family, obviously, who all support this wonderful community still today. It is my distinct pleasure to honor him as citizens like Tommy are true Greenwood treasures. And therefore, I, Doug Kinslow, Mayor of Greenwood, Arkansas, do hereby proclaim Monday, April the 3rd, this was last month, we'll do it today, 2023, to be Tommy Basham Day. A day to recognize Mr. Basham for his faithful public service to our community. May we all follow his example. In the past, I have given, the Chief reminded me as he walked in, I have given the ability and the okay from the mayor's office. If it's your day in Greenwood, you get to drive as fast as you possibly want to through the city, around the square. Tommy, no, I'm not giving it to you, Scott, or anybody in this family. I know you way too well. So, plus the chief said I couldn't do that anymore. But what a distinct honor it is for me. I'm in this. It's hard to believe that I'm even mayor, much less honoring somebody like Tommy Basham. So, got one other thing to give away. I want to give this to Miss Sandy. And here, if I may get over there. And I say this every time. I really do, don't I? But I'm going to say it today with more conviction than ever before. This key is the key to the city. We are a small community, that's why you get a small key. If we were in Fort Smith, I'd give you a great big key. But we're about 10,000 people. And those 10,000 people, this key is to their heart. because that's what Tommy meant. Whether he sold them insurance, whether he did their taxes wrong, whether he did their taxes, he was just in the community, and he was Greenwood.
You love this place?
Yes, ma'am. And I know you do. And we love you so much. So this key is for you. I'd like to kiss Scott at this time. No. Thank you guys for coming. And I said you could leave after this, but I've changed my mind. You have to stay for 4 hours like the rest of you. I'm joking. Thank you so much for coming. God bless you guys. Tom back.
You really want to listen to that?
She doesn't have anything to do with 4 hours.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you all for coming.
Yes. Thank y'all for coming.
All right, we'll be moving on into the committee reports. My mic is not on. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. I'm sure you can probably hear me anyway, but I'll probably hear me a little better. South Sebastian County Boys and Girls Club. I know Kenny's here tonight. And he's asked for 36 seconds to speak. So we're going to 39 there.
Sorry, that was here.
Kenny was in the office today and he told me if nothing bad happened at the club today, he was going to be here. So I guess everything's okay. Or did you just leave? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I didn't have this in my bag.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
I showed you and me, Tom. Once again, thanks for everything y'all have done. I don't know if any of y'all has been able to come out there in the last couple of weeks while we've had ball season. But tonight, it literally took me 20-some minutes to get out of my parking lot because Field 9 was full, our new back parking lot was full, the front back parking lot, and bad planning on me on when to leave. So, but it's going great. As a club, we put the Red Diamond Pro on our fields, and when you drive by there, I must have had 100 calls. People ask me when we turf the fields. It looks that good, along with the sidewalks and everything that y'all helped us with, and the bathrooms. Our bleachers from the A&P Commission are up now, except for one big one that's a little complicated. And everything else is just going fantastic. What I handed y'all was our next project that we need to do. These lights were there, I think, before you were there, right, Doug? Were they up before you got there?
I put those up by myself.
Actually, a few of them a little crooked.
And that's why they're there. Exactly.
But those lights are about 30 years old. Every year, we are putting new lights in, new balances. It's just, it's nonstop. At the end of last year, every light worked. We turned them on for flag football. We had 17 outs. So every year we have to get a lift and everything. So Dane Burgess came to us a couple of years ago. We did the lights in the gym. There's unbelievable difference. And he came to us and he says, to do these fields, it's going to be $144,000. Well, he calls me back earlier, a couple of months ago, and said, hey, they went down, they're starting to go back up, and he gave us an estimate on $122,000 to do it. Now, what he also did was broke it down in 4 phases, and that's on there, how much each phase is. Those lights, you know, if they last as long as advertised, they might last us 30, 40 years now, you know. So what we're trying to do is get the lights. It will over double, or right at double the lights that we have in there, which will open up that we can do more tournaments. There's some fields that if we played late at night,
softball tournaments, it's not good and not safe, so that's one reason we're stopping and not doing that. So it opened us up to a lot more tournaments. It's gonna also save us about 50% on our light bill for the lights up there. So it's a really, really good opportunity for us and everything. So I'm here asking, seeing what maybe y'all can do for us. If y'all would like to maybe try to help us and do it in phases and everything. You know, we just spent money on our red dirt. We just finished French drain with that underground spring, and that is a business to go into. I mean, holy cow. But now the parking lot's dry, and now we got scheduled in for them to come in, resurface it, restripe it, look brand new now, as soon as we get that done. So, well, here's what I'm asking. Is there any way that we can get some help? Y'all can help us out and do this. I don't know if it would be better to do it in phases or all at once before, you know, with inflation, who knows? So, you know, we spent the $24,000 that we initially got from y'all, and you seen what we did with that. Now we're back for more.
Y'all are out there in Arkansas Valley, aren't you?
Yes, sir. With SWEPCO will pay 70%. Problem is we're at Arkansas Valley, which is a co-op, and they're not obligated by the federal government to help or to do that. And checked in that for us also.
They're not obligated. Have you asked them if there's any kind of chance of help at all?
I haven't personally called them up, no. I was just talking with Dane and getting his information and getting his knowledge about dealing with them.
Go ahead.
I was saying, I kind of leaning toward Tim there, you know, I'm thinking sure they wouldn't do that for a commercial, you know, business or anything like that, you know, I was wondering if it's something, you know, for a nonprofit, especially nonprofits such as the Boys and Girls Club, they would entertain something.
They help out a little bit.
I think it's worth the ask.
Yes.
I'm not gonna tell you not to ask, but hanging out with Dane enough, hearing about life,
You know,
and he's done a couple of projects of ours that were Arkansas Valley, and Arkansas Valley, they don't do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that's kind of
you
what
can ask, but I mean, I'm not saying never say never, but from hearing him talk, and SWEPCO and Federal Invest about co-op, it's co-op money is what they call it. And I think maybe OGD has some Arkansas Valley, just don't know.
I'll put in a little bit of, from what I know from being in Kenny's shoes 30 years ago, give or take or more. And I'm probably preaching to the choir, you all had kids, and you probably all have kids that have played out there. A dark spot in a ball field is indeed dangerous.
Yeah.
And you don't know it until you're playing baseball. And so that is very dangerous. And Kenny's didn't really say it, but probably, and I know you do successful tournaments for sure, but if you have the correct lighting, you're going to do even better.
It makes a big difference.
I would encourage the council, I mean, I don't know, I know you've already spent the money allocated this year.
Yes, sir. On the bathrooms and the concessions.
Right, and by the way, which is amazing from the pictures I haven't drove by, I hadn't stopped yet, I'm going to do that. I think it's something we ought to really consider in some way or another. I'm not saying we have $100,000 or 150 or whatever it is, 22, but it's really important out there to get the correct lighting out for these kids to play. And if it's savings of 50%, right?
Yeah, when we're running the lights, we'll say 50% on that. And what I really got excited about was when I was talking to Dane about how long they would last.
Yeah.
Even though they come with a 10-year warranty with the hours and everything, you're talking 30, maybe 30 plus years before you have to change it. You know, every year we're spending, you know, $4,000, $5,000 to try to fix them and everything. And it's the lift that really knocks you for a loop, because even on 71, he don't have a lift that goes that high. So you have to bring them out there. Then once you do the lights, then you gotta wait for the breaker or not the breaker, balance. Yeah, we ordered the balance for, on Bill 6, we ordered it in October, it got here the week before the season. You know, with back ordered, and that knocked out 2 of our whole poles. So we were able to get that in, so we were able to play.
Well, that's what I was just wondering, Ken, when you, I don't know how many wolves are on on a pole right there. I was saying, when you make the call to get equipment out there to change a bulb, is it like when 2 or 3 are missing, or?
But we wait until we get a bunch, because, I mean, it's almost $1,000, and then it's about, $300-400 for delivery fee. And then the bad thing is, once you get up there and you change the bulbs, and unfortunately, I'm one that's scared of heights, and I get up there and change the bulb, and then you find out it's not the bulb, it's the valves. So then now you're backtracking again and everything.
And did you say your new neighbor there does not have a lift that goes that high?
It doesn't go that high, we checked. And Andy's been great to us.
Sure.
This is one of those things I think we'd all like to support, I mean, in my opinion, but Tom, is this one of those things you didn't know about?
I knew about this.
Do you know about it? Have you looked at it? Do we have the money? I mean, where's all that?
Funding for this project, all of the Boys Club, comes from county sales tax. You've apportioned $75,000 a year, $6,250 per month. That includes the operations of the programs for the youth, sports programs, but it also encompasses $24,000 of that, $51,000 for the programs, $24,000 for the capital. So it's a pre-distribution amount. It comes right off the top of county sales tax before any of the operating departments here gets it. So if you were going to do something that would assist them above and beyond this, you would either be, well, unless you go and tweak the pre-distribution amount and kick that up, it would come directly out of general fund. It wouldn't do anything to the county sales tax. Next year's budget, if he's got capital plans that exceeds what we apportioned $24,000 this year, he would have to build it into that budget, and you'd have to see what the impact is on county sales tax before pre-distribution to other departments. Because that county sales tax is the operating monies for other departments. So,
Kenny, do you get any assistance from the county? I don't know.
The county helped us with our back parking lot and also with our French drain. They'll do some stuff like that to help us out.
You don't get funds from it?
No, we don't. We get 0 funds.
In kind, and it's been that way since day one.
Yeah, they've been,
And
they
they're very
really
helpful.
helped us out this last year a lot. Really great.
Man, I didn't know if we could kind of work out some type of partnership deal, with the county, in this aspect here, the other thing I was just thinking is that, when it came to that point, you said, oh, we got to replace, some lights up here in this one, and have to rent the equipment or whatever, to say that, I would entertain trying to help you out at that, if we're doing it, just, one by one, like I said, when he calls for it to do it, instead of trying to, I know that that's the best way to do it, is do it all at once.
Right, and that's why we broke it down in phases, and and I've looked into grants for this. We have sit there and everything that we have done up to this point, especially with the 24 we got from y'all this year and the 48 last year and everything, that was high priority. That had to be done. It made a huge difference. And now these lights are coming in. And like I said, I think I got 17 out of 104 down. Now, one of the problems I have is we've had rain and rain and rain. So with that underground spring, you're not getting a lift to half the poles for another month. So we're trying to plan ahead, figure out what we have done. The roof on the building, we're hoping, knock on wood, that will completely be done in the next 2 months, 2 to 3 months. So, you know, we're just trying to round everything out, and that is a serious need that we've known about. Besides that, and when y'all run the sewer over to us, that will be retirement day.
We'd love to get sewer across 71, believe me.
You would be. So,
Well, what's the best way to approach this from a funding? I mean, you got general fund, you've got AEP, you got Parks Commission, you got, you know, I mean, like I say, I mean, from my perspective, I'd love to help, but I don't know what the answer to that is.
What's your cost per phase? Is it just about 30,000?
38,000.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
numbers are tough. Look at
Everybody
that.
knows what you know.
So let me ask you this, what's your priorities as far as the most used field that would be done at night and that could be used?
it is definitely on phase one, which is right there in the fourplex, because those 4 fields are running all day, every day.
All right, so you could say, oh, there we go.
Yeah.
More information that makes it much more reasonable. So phase one would accommodate $29,000, $30,000. That's a little more palatable, one at a time.
Right.
I think what they're looking for is they're looking for, instead of the full cost coming from us, if there was other sources of funding that you have to be looking for. Certainly, if you had a dire need for one of the fields or one of the sections of fields to be done now versus months from now, 3 or 4 months from now,
Right.
they could entertain one field at a time, and you keep coming back at that point. And then we could see more where our funding obligations would be. And there's several things on our agenda tonight that's going to paint a much clearer picture of how I've been able to generate some additional free cash, but there's a lot of pressures on the general fund. So 30 is palatable, 122 or so is not necessarily right now. We can't guarantee all of that
Right.
right now. Several big projects that are in the works right now. That would be my advice, but.
And I think, sorry, somebody, with that advice, I would say again, and Mr. Daniel is probably correct, but it doesn't hurt to check with Arkansas Valley.
Right.
Their next meeting is May 18th.
There you go.
I've been sitting there talking to a board member
Oh, okay.
that's up for reelection.
Huh?
And he said that obviously they'd have to go in front of them or whatever, but you might, I'd go ask.
Yeah.
Take some little kids with you.
Right.
If we had a significant growth in our county sales tax right now, I could say that additional growth funds would be available to be able to reallocate towards the project. But right now, if you looked at your key financial data, your county sales tax is 0.10% growth. It is a growth, but it's 0.10%. Cumulatively budgeted 8.5%. We're at 8.6. Still a growth, but it's right at where we budgeted all departments to be. So there's not an excess right now like city sales tax is. So that's my only hesitation about going all in on 122.
Oh, yeah. I understand that.
And that's where I'll
And if we
go with his recommendation there, Kenny, but when you said that, there's some that you're, looking to, already got like 17 lights out on it right now that you're going to have to replace, or, to me, yeah, if you have to get somebody up there to change lights, that's the time to switch it out. I mean,
Right.
even if it's just a, one fixture, and I would certainly try to,
Yeah,
entertain
I think
that, if you're going to have some.
when they go up there and they change one, because I'm not an electrician, but that's why my house is still being remodeled. When he goes up there, they'll do the whole pole, because they can cut out the ballast and all that.
Right, right. And that's what I was,
I
thinking.
mean, that's the key to that, without being technical about the whole deal, and I'm certainly not the expert about it, but what you're really doing, the idea of the LEDs is to rewire the system. Well, you're eliminating ballast, and it's a direct wiring.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't do, one light or whatever.
Yeah,
The pole.
do one.
Do a pole.
Do the pole.
I mean,
Well, and that's what I was kind of looking at. I mean, you're saying that there's 24 fixtures, and I'm just saying roughly 30,000, to change out phase one, 30,000 for phase two, you know what I'm saying, and 24 fixtures per phase, I'm saying, well, that's, to me, roughly, $1,250 per fixture.
Okay.
And so that's just what I was saying. I'm thinking, even though it might be more difficult, we can kind of handle, probably with you saying, oh, well, we definitely got to change out 2 fixtures, we just got to do it. So either we're going to go back with the old bulbs, or, we might as well go ahead and do, instead of changing out 17 bulbs, we might as well go ahead and do the whole fixture, and be done with it. And I said, I would entertain you coming to us and say, somehow we can scrounge up,
And that's what
$1,500
I
or
think.
$2,000 for that.
Yeah, I think I think the biggest reasons, like with breaking it down in phases, like Dane did for us, was that, because we're gonna have to pay that $1,000, $1,500 a day, or $1,000 a day, whatever it is, a bunch, for that to fix it, and then the electrician's gonna be out there. So what he was doing was going, we do this, we'll have the lift and electrician, so you're gonna save money instead of keep bringing them back and renting that lift over time.
Sure.
I haven't talked to Dane about this, but, AC would, I'm not sure I followed all that, but if, just say there's 4 poles on the field, I don't even know how many poles on the field. I watched them, one of the things they do, they walk around with this light meter, So you don't want to replace the pole and leave the other 3 on the field, you know what I mean?
You get a bright
It
spot.
has to do with bright spots and shadows and
Oh, yeah,
Your
it's technical.
level
Yeah.
light, I mean,
If one
So I
of
think that's the way they've laid it out. The phase 1 is the
It's all-
infield lights going out, the 2 are the outfields, they are areas of light. It's more about the area of light than it is the pole. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, it's technical. Man, following.
It was technical 30 years ago.
Yeah.
That was before
Yeah.
LED got.
And it's the same lights, it did kind of give you a visual, it's the same lights that Phil Greenwood's field last year, year before, whenever they did. Did that make a huge difference to them?
They blink now and give everybody headaches.
So you're gonna have to do that every time somebody hits a long ball.
Every time.
I understood through a source of mine that Clear NRG Solutions was willing to do this free. Is that correct?
What's that?
Clear NRG Solutions are willing to do all the labor for free. I'm joking. Yes.
I'm ready to get the pen and write a phone number down.
Do not text Nate.
Well, and again, I'm just thinking that, maybe if we could do it per fixture or something, that, I don't know what all the companies, have the amount of, lift or whatever to get up that high, I'm thinking maybe sometimes if you could work it out where you think, approach somebody that said, yeah, we'll, donate because it takes time to, get them down there or whatever, we'll donate a week here, for that, to the Boys and Girls Club, and then coordinate with Dane and say, and then we say, yeah, we'll come up with, $5,000 or whatever to do, those pictures. And again, I'm just trying to make it feasible instead of saying no completely.
Oh, right, I understand.
Different ways to skin a cat.
Yep.
The phases are the best way.
Sure, it's the best way, but I mean,
Hey, Kenny, do you know what your cost of electricity per year is?
I could get back with that. I don't have it. Are you talking about the whole, or are you just talking about the ball fields?
Well, it says 50% savings in electricity, so just on all fields.
On the ball fields, I couldn't give you a dollar amount right off my head. I could tell you it's probably, during baseball, my electric bill runs roughly $400 to to $500 more a month than the average month. But, I mean, until I sat down, it's not broken down into 2 meters.
With your ability too, Kenny, I think you and I were, you mentioned this today to me, is with new lights and that saving, you're able to have those lights on more often.
More often,
Or
correct.
tournaments or practices, or, because I know, even when I was there 30 years ago, we had to think about it every time we turned them on, thinking, how much does that cost?
Oh, yeah, you sit there and, you know, you wait, not to the last minute, but
Sure.
the last 2,
Right.
you know, to turn them on and everything. And then the thing with those lights,
It takes,
it costs more in the first 20 minutes than it does the next hour, because to warm them up, to heat them up. And hopefully nobody turns them off in the middle of the game. Because they will not.
so I think the council, without,
I'm all for you, but I don't know the answer.
figure out
Right.
how to do
I'm
it.
gonna, I'll have more information next meeting. I'm gonna go to the, Arkansas.
I'll call you tomorrow and get together on that deal.
yes, sir. And that'd be great.
Again, I'm just thinking, you've got something about, connection there at Arkansas Valley, maybe that's, if they have a bucket that goes that high, saying, well, we can't, give you any break or nothing, but we can make our bucket lift available, for this many days or, that, I don't even know if that's right.
Hey, good.
What great practice.
But I'll have all that information. I'll
Ladder truck.
talk to Arkansas Valley.
One next door.
Mr. Maker, I'll have the dollar amount on whatever electric is, as close as I can. So, and I'll check all that out. But I appreciate y'all thinking about it, talking to us about it and everything. And we'll get back with all the information with it. So, thank y'all.
Thanks, Kenny. Thanks for what you do. Huh? I know. We have access to the ladder truck. All right, SRCA is not here tonight. I think they've given a report. Okay, Parks Commission. Oh, let me do a real quick update on, speaking of SRCA, we're waiting on Travis Bartlett with MAHD to get our official, we can now begin remodeling from him because that's part of the grant. We got them $500,000, but we've got to have an architect to say, here's what we're doing. So that's the reason you haven't seen anybody out there working. We're waiting on Travis. So. You see him around town. Hopefully. Parks Commission, Mr. Otis is here. If everybody wants to ask Otis a question, shaking his head. We'll move on to Water Wastewater Commission. Teresa's here. Chairperson. Any questions? Got a report, thank you. Citizen Forum. I have one young lady that has signed up, and I'm gonna, what's this? I can do Chavez, I think, but only Charlotte can do the first name.
Is it Lorena?
Yeah.
Lorena?
Yeah, that.
Mireya.
So welcome. And if you would give us your name, so, because we butchered it, and your address and your
My
reason.
name is Mireya Chavez, and my address is 205 West Gum Street here in Greenwood. I'm a citizen here, been here for about 15, 16 years. We love this town. I'm here today. We wanna try to get a liquor license for La Fiesta Mexican Restaurant. It's family-based owned. We own part of it. I don't want you all to see it, that's just money in the making, but money for a town coming in. So we want to start here, we want to do it the right way. We don't want to go somewhere else, try to apply, and you'll finding out later that we applied somewhere else and didn't let y'all know. We want the citizens of Greenwood to know what we want to do, and we want to have your approval. I mean, why would you take your money somewhere else? Your revenue, when you can leave it here. Help this town out, help the school system out. Like Kenny, he needs money for his Boys and Girls Club. Why not make that money here? Try to help this town out. Greenwood just got their liquor license. We don't want our citizens taking our money somewhere else, do we? We want our money here, right? A year ago, we flooded, as all of y'all know. It was not good, we flooded. But we love this town. We decided to open it back up. Instead of taking our revenue or restaurant somewhere else, we decided to open it back up. We want our money to stay here. And we need your help. I'm not sure if anybody else has came and asked about permission for that, but I'm coming to y'all. We need your help.
No, we've already, I mean, all they have to do is apply, right?
Yeah, the council, according to, you have to approve them apply.
Right.
Correct. Now, Ms. Chavez and I have had many discussions about this at lunch or at the register, and she asked me, I think she was afraid to ask me one day, I said,
Yes, I was.
please come down and speak to the council. I encouraged her to be here. As you know, we have our own city ordinance that has restrictions.
There's a process for a private club.
Right.
So there may be something that's changed in state law, but we do have a process for a private club.
Yeah.
And I assume that that's what she's after.
Yes.
I gave her the papers earlier.
Yeah.
Yes, I do
Yeah.
have
Yeah,
the
she's got everything.
paperwork, the fees and everything.
And it lays out the taxation, everything in that process, which we went through.
I would love to get the fees reduced, but I've been meaning to put that on the agenda for about a year and a half, and I keep forgetting.
Well,
Since there's interest, it'd be nice to do it, because we've had the pathway to do all this has been on the books for years, and people always, I get this question a million times. How come nobody does any, sells any? I don't have any idea, nobody's applied. And of course, my name got thrown up as a guy that was against it. I said, I'm certainly not against, I'm against the law we have on the books, the way it's written, it's incorrect. The only reason I voted against it, but I'm for businesses making money. And so, it's certainly in the books. Now, we put the max on there for liquor drinks, for beer, just so people wouldn't apply for it.
Right.
Well, that's made us $0 since we did that. I'm all for lowering those numbers.
Yeah, no problem.
And
Well, we're willing.
Yes.
We're willing to pay whatever we need to get this done with y'all's approval. Like I said, we want to bring in new revenue to Greenwood. I'm sure y'all do too. Y'all have so many projects going on, school-wise, the Boys Club, everything, we can get more tax dollars out of that.
It's
More
been the
money
taboo
here.
word around here is the alcohol in Greenwood. That's the big taboo.
Yes,
Waiting on the, oh my.
yes, that's what I have heard, I've been talking to everybody around town, that's the big thing going on. No, you're not gonna get approved, no, nobody's gonna help you out, but in the long run, like I said, it's not just making about the money, it's helping this town. You live in this town, you wanna help this town. We support the school, 100%. They need donations, we're there for them. We support them. We're willing to support anything here in Greenwood wise. But we need your help too.
Excuse me, Mr. Fergus, you had a thought?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. As you all know, one of the things on the list that we talked about at the Economic Development Committee was finding a way to work through these laws. We did a little research and put together, and we've got, I don't have it with me, I'm sorry, we have put together a sample ordinance that when you all wrote the initial ordinance that we have now, you left room in it to approve something on a one-time basis. And so they did a little digging around, and we've come up with a simple one-page ordinance that would allow someone to apply for the permit, which we don't know that you can get a permit, because the state's got to decide that, and they're pretty strict. But I'm sorry I don't have that with me, but if y'all would like, I'll run it by Travis and let him look at it and see if it's and I'll be happy to meet with them and see if we can put some language together that would fit uniquely Greenwood. If you don't like to, I'd be glad to run that over to Travis. I'll get it tomorrow. I've got it.
Unfortunately, the current language fits uniquely Greenwood. It doesn't.
Well, this wouldn't replace the ordinance you had.
The current language is Conway.
Sorry?
The current language, it's Conway.
Yeah.
Our ordinance is the ordinance Conway's had since
1980. If you look in there, there's taxation on beer and mixed drinks. Wine is totally, vinous products are totally exempt. Arkansas vinous products are totally exempt by the ordinance. You'd still have to go to state.
Yes, we are willing to do that too.
And totally exempt means you don't have taxation. It
Right.
says it's totally exempt from the ordinance. That wasn't, not a lot of people paid attention to it. I was asked after it all passed by the press why that was in there, and I said, because I copied it off of Conway's. And Conway had a push at the time to push Arkansas wine, they call it, and it says vinous products in there. I had thought, when I was in the middle of it, again, I was copying it off of Conway's, I thought about making home crafted beer totally exempt as well. But it's controversial, so I left it alone, just left it exactly like Conway's. The taxation, that is there, that's for us, so if we put up with that, you know, and the problems with it, we're getting money.
Right.
So I like the taxation in it. Only thing I see, you could go through all the steps right now and then go apply to the state. You can bring it to us, then we bless you and send you on to the state.
Well, you gotta have your.
You gotta bless them
Yes.
first.
That's what he said.
Yes.
And that's to go through the process of the ordinance as it's laid out.
Yeah, y'all have to write a specific ordinance for her permit. That's the state law that has to be done, in addition to what the rest of our ordinance. So that's what I would.
Right now, what Charlotte's provided to you, you've got to go through those steps.
Yes, all the steps, the supplemental privilege permit application, everything that I need to know, that we need to know, taxation, the money, the fee, everything. But like he said, we call Little Rock, and like they said, we couldn't do nothing if Joe didn't approve it. So we talk, family, like I said, it's family based, we talk. We want to do the right way, you know? We don't want it there, we don't want to go there first, we want to go through y'all first.
So if you go and you're successful, you're going to pay additional sales tax on beer and mixed drinks. And I'm not ashamed of that, because we'll use that money for things that we want to do.
Yes, yes,
It does say in there, wine is totally exempt.
yes.
So that's where we're at. I like the ordinance. You're the first one that's come up. I don't understand why nobody else has.
She's the third, actually.
Well, I
The golf course and the sports bar.
Yeah, so,
Oh, the sports bar?
And the golf course, they applied.
They gave up after we wrote the ordinance. They never come back and apply.
They applied that night that Ding Dong did too.
they decided not to because of that.
Right.
And they're planning on, so maybe, I don't want to bring up stuff to stop or slow or anything, but our current ordinance also lays out the restrictions on the distance from.
So they may have a problem.
They do have a problem.
They may have a problem with the LDS church.
Correct.
So I think the easiest way is if LDS church didn't have a problem with them, then we send them on.
That's the word difference from state law. There's no feet restriction on
Yeah.
state law.
Is there a church up on Denver Street too? I mean, it's in church, not in church, and.
Send them on.
You know, they're,
You read it.
Denver Street Baptist.
Yeah, they're farther up than the one on Center Street.
Yes. That's the
That was
electric church, and everything. I don't know, it
Owns
was.
that, I don't think that's a church.
I thought there was a church back in there.
So that's what I told her when we first met, or we first talked, you know.
The Latter-day Saints deal with big issues for us, our way ours is written right now.
Right, so the council, in my opinion, would have to reconsider or consider changing it in order for her to be able to do that.
The language in it says no permit.
We would have to revise
Well,
our
That's what
ordinance.
No permit will be issued for an establishment that is less than 1,000 feet to be measured from the nearest property of all these places.
That's what it used to be.
So without prior approval from the city council.
That's where it
So it says within city limits, existing at the time of application without prior approval. So
make everybody do everything. Sorry.
That's what the thing is, so if they're closer than 1,000 feet, you all have to approve it.
Right.
So that's the loophole.
You're probably 500 or 600 feet.
Yes, something like
So-
that, close to that, that's the closest church to us.
So with me, you come back and said, talk to them and they're okay with it, and I'm okay to move forward.
Well, you say she need to talk to the church.
I don't think this is on her.
No, we want to make a variance, if you will, that's.
Yeah, she has to get permission from the council. If she's got to go to a church and knock on the door, she's not coming back. Yeah, that's the
I
kind
don't
of.
think she looks that bad.
Huh?
I don't think she looks that bad.
No. I don't think they're gonna go, that's fine. But the council has made the ordinance. I think it's up to the council to change the ordinance.
Or at least.
Or grant a,
If you grant a variance, you might as well change the ordinance, as you just did.
no, I agree.
But I mean,
But the thing that she has to go ask that, I think that's,
But the process right now, as it stands, she goes and does her thing with.
she has, she can't do it. Yeah.
She brings it back here to the city. The city looks at our ordinance and says, all of this, you checked all these boxes, this box, you gotta do this. You know, we're gonna give her, this is done, here's what needs to be done. If that means it comes back here for approval or whatever, then that has to be dealt with at that time, right?
Depends on what it is, right?
Or, I mean, it can be done that way, or you, the council, can look at this ordinance and decide what change, if you are inclined to make a change, and make it, and then she knows that's not a hurdle, but then she goes and crosses Ts and dots Is, and I've not ever done this before, but then they have to get the council's approval to go to Little Rock to apply.
Just out of curiosity, is there any place on Ginsburg that's not?
You mean Center Street?
Or, yeah, Center Street.
A building, you mean an existing restaurant?
Just a building, just a location.
Not.
Well, the curve,
The curve.
The curve.
Sean Lynn's place is,
Sean is actually out there.
John Lynn's is-
and then the dairy's farther away.
Yeah,
The dairy is,
The dairy is.
probably.
you can almost throw a baseball from lobbyist to the dairy.
But it's still.
Yeah, but it's still,
1,000 feet away
it's
from-
feet. Yeah, I don't know. I've not measured it, but, and I don't think he's gonna,
Sean Lynn's really in the clear.
I've tried to talk him into sake, but that's Japanese, not. I never had him.
And there's not any restaurants between,
Existing,
you know, down towards
yeah.
Walmart.
I think what this young lady is asking for is, sir,
Dairy is not,
it's not,
460, or 962 feet distance from the front door of the dairy to the
Okay.
parking lot of
it's the property line.
LDS.
Actually,
Private property line.
Okay, then it's probably 900 feet.
so what is La Fiesta?
Nearest property line point, nearest
600.
property line point, is where the ordinance reads.
Sir?
Nearest property line,
No.
nearest property line.
Right. I mean, obviously, she's less than that, because,
426 feet,
I mean,
426. This is
so,
cool.
in reality, if I may, this council would have to entertain the thought of allowing, and I don't have agreed, I'm not the attorney, of it being less than 500 feet, or 400 feet. You'd have to change that ordinance. Or, yeah. For her to, she can do all this work for naught, if the ordinance doesn't allow her to be where she's at. And I will say, and I'm not pushing the alcohol, understand, but I do push what she's pushing for. I think it's our responsibility to look out for everybody, and everything's not all about money, but there is a lot to be said for tax revenue. And I don't think for a second, and I'll just say it, we've had this discussion before, I don't think for a second that Greenwood would go broke or make millions of dollars from the tax revenue from the alcohol. What it does do is keep people here to spend their money for your food. And again, just keep them here, period. You're still gonna go to Fort Smith once in a while until we get I don't know, whatever. But, so there's that, for what it's worth. But I think the county, I think she's asking for your consideration, if, I may be wrong here, for one, support, two, are you willing to consider changing that ordinance to make it where she can go to Little Rock and apply and come back with actually an end result?
Is Boonville, the county different, or did y'all apply for a private club license there?
Which one?
Boonville?
They are somehow family related, but not as La Fiesta here in Greenwood, like brother, sister, cousin. They're far off, so we're not sure. I think my understanding is they just went through state, through Little Rock. And then got a permit for that.
Well, they don't have one restriction.
Let me ask you a question.
But they still have to get council.
The requirement that it goes through the city now,
The
was
state makes
changed.
you go through the city first. They check it
Correct.
out.
But did they do that just for dry counties, or is that everywhere?
Logan's just like us, they're half and half.
So if you were in the city of Fort Smith, my question, if you were in the city of Fort Smith and you wanted an alcohol permit, you just go straight to, whatchamacallit.
Right.
You don't have to go to the city.
Because it's wet.
Because it's wet.
already wet.
Right.
It's the dry.
Okay, that's my question.
Yep.
So I don't know how they did it in Boonville, because Logan's just like us, part is wet, part is dry. Just like the frame.
You're the attorney. I'm gonna have to get you to talk. Waldron did it with someone coming to the council, getting approval, and they applied.
I don't think they have an ordinance quite like this.
Yeah.
I think they just voted.
To say, you're blessed.
They didn't pick up any taxation.
To follow the state's requirement,
Right.
I agree.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts about this?
That's a good question.
I'm all for it. You got my vote. But I would like to see the ordinance somebody tweak. That'll be another mess. Yeah, we certainly have to change the ordinance for them.
How about if we put that ordinance on next month to look at, Travis look into it, Mr. Plummer look into it, and bring it back to you guys with these amendments, or?
Yeah, we've had a good press that every while.
I mean, we just gotta understand, we're not changing the ordinance for them, we're changing the ordinance.
Oh, absolutely.
And, I mean, because if you change it, for anybody, you change it, so.
Well, like I said, we haven't reaped very many benefits off of it yet.
We're pausing for effect.
No problem.
So the current ordinance does not allow within 1,000 feet of churches, schools,
Daycare, anything.
So I think it'd be helpful if we could get our planning department
You might as well take it out.
to map all locations that would apply to, and put 1,000-foot buffer on each one of those properties to figure out what percentage of the city that's going to impact.
It was done when we went through it. We looked at it.
Let's say, didn't somebody have a map like that?
Yeah, big circle all over like this.
Do we still have that?
You know, they packed still the same.
It's not in, you still, do you know if that map exists back there?
The only one that I remember, Sean Lynn, was the only restaurant that
Didn't have it at the time.
would clear the 1,000 foot.
Well, I would agree, I think that's pretty easy math to do.
That it would have to have a waiver on the 1,000 foot.
But to your point, Mr. McDaniel, you're changing, if you were to change it, you have to know that you're changing it for all, and that's only fair, you can't, I think that's looking for trouble.
Well, it's
just, we love La Fiesta, so.
That's what he was saying. It says
What is
here,
it?
we can change it on it without changing the ordinance. We can
Just change the distance, but.
I'm just saying, by practical application, if you give per a variance to this, or like something called this, you know.
Yeah.
Well, the next guy's gonna come here the following month, and say, hey, boss, you got your variance, I want my variance.
Yeah, this is not a variance for 900 feet, this is a variance from 1,000 to 462 feet. That's
Yeah,
pretty
so
significant.
they're gonna line up out the door for the
Yeah.
variance, so
Yes,
you know.
This was mentioned back when we passed it, and you passed it anyway.
Yeah.
I remember, it was pointed, that very thing was the big sticky point. And y'all said,
So here's a thought, on that thought. We passed this, and I say we, I'm part of it now, but this thing was passed knowing, if I may, that only one restaurant could still do this. So it's kind of the same. You passed an ordinance to keep everybody else from doing it except Sean Lynn
And country club.
and the country club. So I got a head nod from Teresa. Does that make sense? So we kind of did the opposite, but the same thing by passing something that did not rule everybody out. It ruled only some out.
You think we were in cahoots with the sake seller?
I'm saying it could look that way, even though he has not applied. But the same, it could look that way. I'm not saying it wasn't done yet for that reason by any means, but
you want to fill out the paperwork
yeah, I think that's,
and come back next
if
month.
you would, fill out paperwork, do all the things that you have that you know is a part of the city council's requirements.
Okay.
In the meantime, the council can, with Mr. Plummer's help, Ms. Derry's help, and whoever wants to help, so look at the existing ordinance and see, this may be a study session or something, to decide what is fair to everybody and what makes sense for everybody, and for the citizens.
Do you follow the city's Facebook page?
Yes.
So you get the meeting notices and
Yes.
you can click to the agenda and see what's there? So if we have a meeting about it, it will be posted there, the notice of the
And
meeting.
we're in there every other day. I want you to know, in my opinion, your request has not fallen on deaf ears. I think you've heard enough. I hope that you can go away knowing that they're not saying no to me.
Yes, that's what I was gonna ask, hopefully.
Yeah, I don't think you got a
we have
resounding no at
everybody's
all. I think you got
Approval.
let's look at the ordinance, yeah.
Yes, let's think about the positive, not the negative, and like we said.
And do understand, and I know you do, you and I talked about it, there will be plenty of negative
Right.
once this is out.
Yes, we
There
know
always
that we
is.
might lose business for several months. We know we'll gain some more from the existing towns or neighbors come in, bringing in more revenue, so.
Once they get over it.
Now, your next big thing is gonna be where to put the second parking lot.
That's true.
Don't worry, we'll ask Shagers to let us. Well, you know what? They don't say nothing. On Sundays, the parking area will be packed and they don't say nothing, so.
And I don't say this flippantly, but you've heard that there's this, what did you call it? Somebody said there's this thing about Greenwood and this.
Yeah, the taboo, yes,
The
we have
taboo.
heard it a lot, you know.
I-
Same thing in the restaurant, we have heard it a lot, you know. You're not never gonna get through anything. Don't ask them, don't bother them. But you know,
You don't ask, you don't get.
yes, if you don't ask, you don't get.
I
You're in the
personally,
Bible Belt.
yeah, you are. And I personally picked up trash and recycling, literally myself, because we were between contracts. And for somebody to say we don't partake in the city is incorrect.
We've been waiting for 5 years for somebody to come down there and apply.
Well,
And
we're
do it
here
right.
for the paper. Whenever you need the paper tomorrow, I can bring you tomorrow.
Do you know what revenue Boonville has seen since they got that, or is it?
To be honest, no, I do not.
It'd be interesting to find out.
Our family owns La Huerta and Van Buren too. They did not have liquor license for a long time. The revenue has gone a lot. Same thing, helping out, you know, the town and everything. So we're hoping to get through here with everybody's approval and making this town even greater.
Well, the
This
thing
is
about
my
it,
town, you know?
you have a competitor who I don't know that they are family or not, but there is a competitor in town. In fact, you're getting ready to have a second competitor. A Mexican restaurant, right, or Tex-Mex. So I'll just throw this out just for fun. If you were to be successful in your endeavor, and you are able to serve what you want to serve, and the other ones do not, you have a choice to where you can go, where you want to go.
Right.
That's how I look at that.
Mayor, one time I think was it the Barney mayor that came in and
Yes.
was trying to get a.
That was the county trying to get,
County.
yeah. There was a push to get on the ballot this last November, for the South Sebastian County to become wet, and they didn't get enough signatures to even get on the ballot. But,
So with y'all's approval, will we need that though? Like,
Does El Palenque qualify?
distance from,
Chief Stewart looking it up.
They got a daycare that's right there.
They have a daycare like right there on the
982
side.
feet from the daycare.
Yeah,
Oh, I
please
forgot
do.
about the daycare. How far?
982 feet.
so under certain current ordinance, they do not. I don't think there's anything in town.
Then we have a patio way over here.
And 553 feet from the church.
Really?
The one on South Dawson, Free Will Baptist.
Oh, yes.
Well, you got one before that,
What's the one
Stuart.
before that?
Yeah, but
You got a church, yeah, you got a.
Oh, Pentecostal church.
Gospel Church, out there, 534.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So that's our plan, I think, is to, city attorney to look at the ordinance, get these, whether it's a special call meeting or a study session, or it could be next month's meeting.
So will I need to fill the SACO,
I'll
like,
go ahead and fill,
fill
get
it out and
everything you
everything?
can
Yeah, because through letter law, you will have to fill that out, and then they will do a background check, send it back to the sheriff's office, make sure that everything is good to go. And then, like we said.
I don't claim to know how that all works, but I used to be in the restaurant business years ago, and that was a pretty good
Yes,
process just in
yes.
itself.
Hey, we've got the thing on here about, the mini storages. Sonny,
Yes, sir.
how far was that? Was it 1,000 feet
From each, from the.
from another one or
I
something?
think you're right.
Should they serve
Do we have a copy of that in here tonight or no?
Should have.
Are we
No,
some,
I was just thinking about the footing.
Number 5.
one unit from another?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's what.
I thought maybe they were gonna sell alcohol at the storage unit.
Just, but she's got all the paperwork she needs, Charlotte, correct, to fill out, to get us.
Yes.
And then we'll have an answer next meeting.
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, I mean, I think she meant have an answer on her application next meeting.
Oh,
Let's fill it out.
It's on the agenda.
well, you're asking about if there's an answer from the council if they're gonna.
Yes, if we all
It says a
agree,
quarter of a mile.
we agree on what we want to do and what we.
Well, the ordinance will have to be changed, apparently.
Yeah,
Yes.
they will have to change, they will literally have to change the ordinance to allow you to even apply.
Okay, so,
According to our own rules, not the state.
right. Are we good with that though?
I don't think.
Well, I mean, now
Vote.
theoretically though, the current ordinance doesn't have to be changed if they're all thinking in a study session that we're
Right.
gonna reduce the feet, the distance requirement. Because the
Nope.
very last line says that they can make an exception now.
Yeah, here's the, so gentlemen, here's the last line of our current ordinance. No permit will be issued for an establishment that is less than 1,000 feet to be measured from the nearest property line point to the nearest property line of the property of any school, church, youth activity organization, daycare or assisted living center, Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous meeting place, alcohol narcotic dependency center within the city limits of Greenwood, existing at the time of application without prior approval from the city council. Meaning,
They
You
can,
can-
they can acquire the approval of the city council
Right.
if it's less.
right,
So that would permit her to go forward if everyone agrees that they're gonna change it.
That was so if you had one of those like Stewart said, well, go, it's 982 feet, you go, oh, okay, up close. But El Palenque, the other thing you just brought up, when you read
Well,
that,
that-
Oh, the nursing home. The nursing home's even closer than the daycare.
Yep.
So, is it, am I hearing from,
Yeah, she's gonna turn the paperwork in
Yeah,
today.
okay.
We'll go through that process.
yeah,
And,
so I think,
back on the next meeting like you would, that we'd have to have a meeting for you to approve it or not. So it'd be the next, at the June meeting, unless you have some emergency.
so your question is, will you get permission denied or given
Yes,
at the next meeting
yes,
to apply at ABC?
yes. 'Cause
Alcoholic beverage control?
like a girl, like a little girl, I don't want to get something so high, go home thinking about it, yes, we're going to do it, and then come back next month, and then we all take just a different turn, like, no, we don't want to.
Well, I can't speak for them. Council, you want to opine, and we're not asking for a vote, but do you want to give this young lady some, either hope or lack of before she goes home tonight?
Y'all know where I'm at, just fill the paperwork out and we'll see you next month, hopefully. I mean, I would certainly like to change a bunch of stuff in this ordinance. Like I said, that's why I voted against it the first time, but I didn't like it, what the stuff that was in there. But I don't know if a special call meeting would be necessary to do this. I mean,
I think that would just make it worse for
probably.
public.
I mean, it might be a way to slide something in like the snowstorm vote deal, but anyway. But I mean, personally, just fill out what you need to do. You cross all your Ts and dot all the Is. I mean, that's the way this whole process is supposed to work. And then when you come back, then it'll be up to us to say, well, we're gonna let you slide on the, slide to 1,000 feet or.
Well, we don't have a problem, like you said,
Right.
we don't have a problem about paying what's on here already. We're willing to pay for that. It don't matter, if you want to bring it down or not, we're willing to pay what's in here. That's not a problem.
The fees, I don't mind, the taxing issue I do mind about, but that's with other things.
But you, as a restaurant owner, you have no issues with what's in front of you.
Yes, I don't.
The way the ordinance is written is, you have to get approval from us to not be in compliance with the ordinance. I would vote no to it personally, because I just think you're opening a can of worms, as we've already mentioned. In my opinion, if you're gonna open Pandora's box, you just might as well revise the ordinance. And every time the subject comes up, it's chaos. We've been through it several times.
I'm not inclined, and I don't think you're I am certainly, as the mayor, and I don't vote unless there's a tie or situation, I don't think for a second that you ought to give consideration to just La Fiesta. I think it has to be across the board, so I don't think saying, hey, you guys get to slide and El Palenque doesn't.
Yes.
I think that's out.
If somebody, like you said, if somebody's going to come talk for them, say, like you said, at Blanket, they come and talk,
Right.
want to get through
Well,
something.
We don't need to have a knee-jerk vote. We need to have an
No, I don't-
ordinance
yeah, I'm not
based
asking.
on some
Yeah.
number
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
The only way to do that is go through the process.
Right.
As painful as it.
We'll do the best we can to give you an answer. Yes, sir.
May I ask a question just on the process?
Sure.
Because to do a new ordinance, of course, it takes 3 meetings because it's really not an emergency for health and welfare, so it should take 3 meetings to do it. But would it be inappropriate to also introduce an ordinance granting her a permit so that those 3 things happen over the same 3 months and then either one of them fails, it's out, but then, because otherwise she's waiting 6 months.
Are you sure that that has to be an ordinance?
Yes, state law says you have to pass an ordinance allowing her to apply.
I think that's right. I remember.
But
And that's where I was
Didn't you say Walter just voted to approve it? Did they do an ordinance?
Well, they have to.
After the application is done, it's not one.
We even have a sample ordinance
That's what I
in
thought.
our,
They voted
in my
on
stuff
it.
for it,
Yeah,
for this.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is those 2 processes could run simultaneously.
At the same time.
You're looking at
And all she needs is a
3-month
boilerplate
process.
ordinance that says you can apply.
Just so you know.
Unless she filled it out and we wait, the distance requirement. That's the only thing that's got you is the distance, right?
Yes, sir.
So if she saw that the council was in favor of distance and maybe revamping. Like you said, once you waive something, you might as well go ahead and change it. I saw the council was maybe going to change it to 450 feet or whatever. She could already have her paperwork filled out. It could be waived. And she could move on her way, and the council could spend the next 3 months fighting with it, and having this room packed again.
How long does it take at the state once you apply? Do you know, Bob?
I want to take the state. 3 to 6 weeks usually. It's not a long process. There's some attorney work involved in it once you get to that level. So probably going to take her longer than it'll take ABC. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay. We're not gonna vote tonight, as you probably didn't expect to. So, the process has begun. I don't think anybody's really inclined because we're not voting. We're not voting.
We probably surpassed the citizens forum portion.
Yeah, you're fine.
5 minutes left.
But again, I hope you're at least confident that. Yes, sir, Chief.
Before she leaves, is there like a business plan on how much you plan to serve? And I mean, no one's going to be able to sit in the booth from opening to close until.
Right. Yes, after everything is approved, we do have a plan for that. Like we said, you're not going to sit there from open to close drinking. We'll train our crew, we'll train our people on how much you can give a person and when to stop and when to say no, you know.
That's what I was wondering.
I think
Yes, no. But if you want to come drink, you know, we will tell you too, you know. That's enough, that's it, you know.
You don't have any estimations of revenue?
Yeah.
No, we do not yet, but everybody comes in there, everybody asks.
I'd like to know what you think that is when you come back, because that seems to be what we always say.
Yes, I will
It's
bring
gonna
a
raise money,
paper
it's
with,
gonna be great.
yes, I will bring a paper with everything detailed on how much we could make a month. Like I said, it's just, everybody comes in and it's always, you know, I'm tired, I just got off work, I would like a margarita. We don't have a margarita. Or I would like a beer. We don't have a beer, you know? So.
And again, I don't think, doesn't matter too much, but it's not, in my opinion, it's not going to be this big giant number of money here because of the taxes. I mean, even though they're hefty, it's the people that stay here who
Yes.
don't go for some.
Yes, you're keeping your money here.
And eat and drink.
Yes, keep your money here.
That restaurant is our fifth biggest tax generator year over year before the flood, so, you know, we look at third or fourth.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else, gentlemen? Thank you, ma'am.
Well, thank
I
you.
hope it
I'll
wasn't-
turn in this paper and hopefully I will see y'all next month, you
Thank
know. It's not the end, and hopefully it won't be, and hopefully we'll have something, you know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
But thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I do think it'd be helpful though if we had maps with varying distances.
That's easy. We can get that done. Sonny, I'll put that on you. Okay. When I say we,
We just put them over the existing restrooms, 1,000 foot.
yes, sir.
So, one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
So, fill it out and bring it, and then just wait till next month,
Yes,
see
ma'am.
what everybody voted on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And next time chips and salsa, be good.
I'll mention it.
Kidding. I'm kidding. I've been asking Sean for years. He hasn't brought anything really yet.
Well, I'll bring it, no problem.
I'm joking. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sonny, it would be the other way around. It would be places that would
Oh, yeah,
disqualify you.
yeah.
In 1,000 feet.
Right.
700.
Not the restaurants, but
Right.
everything that's listed, daycare,
Churches.
rest homes, Alcoholic Anonymous places. all
Yeah,
that.
those are the things you want to follow around.
Yes.
Right. To see who's out of that bubble.
Okay.
Right.
Let's see an option on 500 feet. 500.
All right. Moving on, thank you again. Mrs. Chavez. Mr. Tom Marsh, are you still here?
You gotta be out of here to pick up my wife.
Yes, sir.
You gotta hurry.
No, they're gonna wait. Okay. We're gonna visit, we're gonna. Okay. Oh, I just saw your text.
Oh, yeah.
I did. Mr. Marsh.
Okay, I'm gonna go over some things that are gonna be important that you need to hear for some of the items that are coming up in your agenda items. So first thing I want you to go to is the key financial data. I sparsed it down a little bit. The budget for city sales and use tax is 4.5%. Our cumulative growth in city sales and use tax so far in 4 months was 11%, or 6.5 above for the 4 months. County sales tax, we budgeted 8.5, as you already heard. We're at 8.6, which is a 0.10% cumulative growth. For advertising and promotion, 6% is what we budgeted. Our cumulative growth so far has been 7.38 for those of you that are on the A&P Commission. Our growth above budget is 1.38%. So it's pretty good budgeting on where the sales are. Cash flow, we actually went into a net increase in cash for the month. As you know, when I mentioned January, we had $500,000 cash flow increase, and then we suffered a couple of months where there was $500,000 and $396,000 of cash flow reduction. And that was because everybody went out and spent their budget capital items for some of the big, large ticket items that they needed to get immediately. So in the fourth month, you're seeing that we're about $111,500. So right at about $112,000 rounded. That was expected and anticipated. The net income, just so you know, our percent increase in cash flow was 1.3% negative, so it was actually a decrease so far in 4 months, even though we had a positive growth for the month of April. The adopted budget, though, for your edification, was a negative 11.85%. So if we do our budget the way it was approved, we are going to spend down our actual current fund balance by 11.8, almost 12%. So the fact that we're down 1.3 in 4 months is a pretty good indicator that that goal might not be achieved and there may be still some carryover. That'll bring me to a discussion that I'm going to talk about in a little bit. Net income, we have a net adjusted income that's actually a loss of $163,000. That's actually come down significantly. That's starting to move along with our cash flow. Our capital expense, this is where you're going to see a new report. The capital expense, we've spent right now $808,000 on a budget of $7 million, which is 11.46% spend. Now, I want to talk real quickly about the animal control, because I told you that was the one that's on the watch list right now as far as potentially needing a budget resolution. I mentioned last month that we were already under budget by $12,652. Right now, for the month of April, year to date, we're $17,467 behind budget. And the expenses are what's causing that. The animal housing expenses, March was 62% spent already in the month of March for the first actually 3 months. Now for 4 months, we're 82.42% of our budget for animal control expenses for housing. So it is something, if there's any other items on the agenda regarding that, that is a costly endeavor and you need to be considering that. Right now, we'll wait a couple more months before we make a decision on whether that budget has to be amended. One of the things you can do is you can funnel more of the allocation for county sales tax that way. You can adjust that throughout the year in order to funnel more money into the areas that are in more need. One of the things that I mentioned was the capital expense. I have a report that I laid in each one of your folders. It's a new report that I was working with Daniel McDaniel on. It had to deal with the capital expenditures. He wanted to see by department what was their capital expenditure and what is their capital improvement projects and what have they spent so far. So you have a 3-page report that I just stuck in the very, very top of your folders. It's a 3-page report that says consolidated capital expenditure and improvement budget. Every single department's capital is there, what they said they would spend on, and how much they've spent to date. So in the far right column, you'll see the department, for instance, total general and admin has spent 27.6% as of the end of April on their capital items. And you can see what items have been spent on and what items have not. You can do that for every single department. I'll let you peruse that on your own. But that is something, by the way, that when we do our next review, which will be in July, you will get this, and you'll have the opportunity, you'll get it ahead of time, and you'll have the opportunity to then focus on which department head you want to challenge on where they are on certain projects. This will also become available to each department head. I do want you to know on the last page, this is where you get the breakdown by type of expenditure. The budget plus budget resolutions, the capital expenditure budget for capital items that are tangible properties is $1.25 million. So far to date, we've spent $577,000 or 46.6%, 46.06% of the capital expenditures have been purchased to date, 4 months. We have a $5.8 million budget for capital improvement projects by each of the departments. These are long undertaking projects that go several months. So far, we've spent $230,000, which is only 3.98 or right under 4%. Our total cumulative spend is 11.45%. That should give you a very good overview of exactly where we are by department, and you'll get that every month. And that is not something that comes off our system. I have to manually go through and do this every month because CenterPoint doesn't break out the capital expenditures by specific projects. That is tied right to your budget. The only thing that's not on there is the City Trails Bridge project.
Can I say, thank you for making this report, I love it.
Yes.
I know it's not a push of a button, thank you for doing it, I appreciate it. I love it because it jumps off the page at you, what's going on, you know. We bought all of our shiny objects, trucks and tractors and front loaders, and, all of those things. We overspent on radios in the street department, and that jumps off of this page at me, but we've done haven't fixed any streets or done any of those things, but you can see all those items that are zero, you know, so I like that. It's great to watch, and, you know, when Stuart gets up here after a while, we can ask if he's gonna buy any radios, because it's on there and nothing's happened. So it gives us a good thing to talk to the department heads about.
Good monthly report.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Good. Let's go to the balance sheet real quickly because we have a project that's underway right now. And I don't want to scare you a little bit, but I do want to point out where we are on the sidewalk endeavor. That's in cooperation with the RDOT grant. If you go to the balance sheet, first page, you'll see in the assets cash column, you'll see the sidewalk checking is overdrawn by $141,000. Technically, it's not. Don't let that worry you because that is a virtual account, a sub-account. It's not really an account at a bank. It's part of the street checking, which has over $2 million in it. But the reason that's overdrawn is because we literally have to pay Crawford Construction first for the project. And then the engineering firm, Hawkins & Weir, takes their detail and a copy of our cancel check showing that we paid the bill, and they have us all sign off on it, and then it gets submitted to RDOT for reimbursement. RDOT's reimbursement is capped at $394,000. This is a $680-something thousand, $88,000, I think. Or actually $668,000. Now it's $670,000 because there was a change order that was done, and there is a second change order. Both of those are going to fall on our laps as far as how much we're contributing to this project. So we budgeted $276,000 for the city. It's going to end up right now looking more like it's going to be $299,000, slightly under $300,000 due to the change orders that have come in. We have submitted two submissions through Jeremy to RDOT. We're waiting on a check now for us for $244,000. That'll take care of that deficit. The total remaining, we have one more that we just paid Crawford of $135,000. That'll leave $14,000 left. The way that RDOT does this is that they take what is the submitted expenses in a draw, and they take 80% of that, because we're responsible for 20, up to their max of $394,000. So we are watching that. We are very aware of that. We have to keep it that way until we receive the reimbursements from the grant. It's not overdrawn. It's part of the street department, but technically it is, because we monitor the cash situation that way. So I wanted to bring those out to you. That's pretty much all of it, highlighting what we need to highlight. And without further ado, we can go on to our other agenda items.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tom. And I totally agree with this, and I think everybody does. It's a good, quick check every month for everybody. The next item is agenda additions. We do not have any unless council has any, some. Hearing none, we'll move on. At this time, I would ask council's permission to go into executive session regarding an employee issue on Mineral Ave.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion second, so we'll.
Brown?
Sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Greenwood?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Thank you. We will return ASAP.
Which means a long time from now.
You got time to go get chips?
Keep putting in the paper, trying to get rid of it, put it in the paper.
Tell them if not 6 months.
Anyways, if you want to do language and just send me like sections, I'll just do it. You know what I mean? Okay. It won't I know we said that, but I think mine was asked for the same for going. No, it's not. That's the problem. Sir, now just come home. I was going to go all the time. So they knew at the time that it was restricted, prohibited, and that people just like do it.
Sell on ICC website. Yeah, I mean, good. 2 out of 3.
What's next, Chip Woods?
I can season ticket sign it yesterday there. Same with volleyball.
Lady,
Keep trying to get on baseball season tickets, but they're always late.
can't call them all.
Yes.
Fast track.
With our Greenwood girls have heard, I think.
Out here, Tyler.
Those Socrates out there. She had surgery or something.
I don't know why he said that.
I'm not sure which one. Her dad's the assistant softball coach here. Term expired.
We couldn't have charging stations across the indigenous areas on the travel.
Yeah, that's fast. No, they want to say, no, we got a law against driving drunk.
Hopefully, you know somebody who lives around here or stop in and plug in for
You didn't have a water. Oh, you didn't get it? What
I
was
don't want that.
you didn't get it? Well, you know.
I just never.
We lived on the golf course up until that's where I lived, and we would sit at the breakfast table on Saturday and Sunday mornings, 8 or 9.
Get it off the
Like at 8, 9 morning. Yes.
There's not a place in this town that ain't on
Yeah.
Yes, that's like you fill it out, and I'm gonna make a copy of it.
Okay, so we can fill it out.
Fill the statement out,
Jimmy was walking
and
by.
give you a copy of it.
So,
He realized he's got a good piece of land. As far as location.
It's one thing, it's the state of Arkansas, ABC permit application, that's all one thing. It's like the thing you're filling out for the state, that. It's a copy of that.
here for the application.
Yeah, it's not referencing this, it's referencing the state.
Okay, so I
I
was
have
like,
people from up here
bring your money.
all the time coming in.
Probably, yeah, I think you have to present a check. The initial permit is $70.
That's probably it.
The initial permit says before July 1st, it's $750. By the time July 1st, only
This guy over there.
Yes,
Realtor.
Yes, I was gonna
right, so, and every year, we also have to know. So every year we will
I just
fill
never
these
worked
out.
on so that.
Just keep it going. Right, if we'll do that. Maybe they'll change something.
Yeah.
I'm tired of being.
And then, you know, once you give me all of that and I have your payment, we will deposit it into the city and go. I think,
They can help you.
is it refundable or not? I don't think, I can't remember if it's non-refundable or not.
Well,
This
you
is
gotta remember what you're dealing with.
I said, you know,
this is the second one.
And they know that they're open
you know that's
all about it. So
It's very, you know, I think for
And an extra $50 for the variance.
So, 7 day versus 12 months.
I said, you know, for Greenwood,
I think there's a resolution.
city would have been.
Right. Right.
that's much more.
It's been since 2018 when we did it, and nobody's applied for it. So you're the first one. Exactly. Yeah.
Everybody. And I was like, well, it's either
Well,
do
not only
it
that,
or don't do it.
but
Right.
you want to try to get a your place and you look at it. And that's what we did. And I'd sit down and eat lunch with him. And I'd buy it. And he would say, oh, I can't do that, but I've tried. Follow him around
Oh, I know what the deal
with
is.
my notepad.
They're worth
Every time he says
$15
something I'm right,
a
you know.
year, no matter
And he loved
what.
it.
So if it's in the first half of the year, it's $700.
We did it all.
Oh, I don't know, you've got to pay $1,500 next January.
Yeah.
So, you know, for the next year, if they approve it. That's why it's before January 1st. Because after July 1st,
What they can give you.
I guess, you gotta want it bad. pay attention to talk. I know.
We'll try to do all that once we board our, I'm getting going. Well, make it come back, and then bring it out, this, and then the check. So the check's back to the.
You know, when we were having all this.
Here it is, $1,500 will be refunded in full if the application for the loan is denied by the city council or the state. That comes back if you're denied. So when you bring me money in the application, everything's right.
About 2 blocks.
I will get that sample, which I didn't give you a copy. I've got a sample ordinance that I'll prepare on your
Hired
behalf.
her $380. Send her down there.
City council.
Well, it depends on the first one.
Now, what do you got to think? They don't want to go back to their boss and say,
No, June fifth.
I was there for how long, didn't find water.
7 at the same time?
Yes.
Yep,
So we'll have it on.
right.
City attorney, sometimes you can show up.
And you're up to date on your A&P taxes.
Yes.
That's one of the
Got that
requirements.
coming up tomorrow.
Yeah.
We got
Yeah,
that
this
coming up.
guy was from Missouri, but
Yeah,
that ain't
I'll worry about it.
Is that the same thing happened
Well, I
City.
mean, I think we understand what we're
Somebody sued it, they came up with that 19.
doing. It says at the next available meeting, the city council will review the application. By city ordinance, and that's that ordinance. There might be in your application.
So it just disappeared. It's like something.
I just knew you didn't get enough. Yeah. See that variance when it got.
That might not be the reason.
So your name on there five times?
You avoid that.
Other twin brothers. Yeah, Daryl, my other brother, Daryl.
That's not.
So you're one. That's the variance. This says you gotta go to the planning commission and ask for it, which our next planning commission meeting is in May.
When?
Bill gets some flack.
Yeah, I think they were expecting that law. The next thing that is controversial that came up.
It is here at 6:30.
Greenwood.
That's what it is, right?
That's that variance.
Now, wait, that one,
This
is 7,000.
For the variance is gonna be for that distance requirement. That's the variance you're asking for, I guess.
And they were back out.
Yeah, what you'll do is you'll show your property in relation, in relation to that church, and Latter-day Saints, and show the distance. And that'll be the variance you're asking for.
Well, they just don't operate that. They're building floor plans out there.
In June, you can say, your application is in. Your variance.
I used to have a ring in my car all over.
So it sounds like it will work out with it, as far as the,
Yeah, the timing,
yeah.
yeah.
You may regret that.
That'll be the variance.
Then they started doing
That's how it was.
Yes, I'm gonna go talk to Sonny back here, he's the planning.
There's another steakhouse that got theirs.
Oh my God,
I'm gonna ask him, I'm gonna make sure he knows that you need to log in. Or you want to go? I know. This goes on. This is gonna be first meeting.
Martin County. That's what they.
You're ready again.
So that's why they did that. Trying to take the heat off the state.
I've seen petitions of people.
Hey, Sonny. This young lady, so she's gonna ask for a variance from the planning department. That's what one of the pieces of this is. For the distance, and I told her when the planning commission. It does, it says it down there. We've never done it, yeah, and it is. Let me see that variance one. If you would. Okay, thank you.
So they're gonna have to ask for a variance from the planning department.
Yes.
And then come back to the council.
Yeah, but
Well,
at
I
least
mean,
the timing's
like I
right.
said,
She's coming in the 15th one.
And so a lot of these small.
What is the council?
They're gonna approve all of it, so she has to.
Burn down.
Variance on this.
And then they see.
And all that goes. They approve it and say, we recommend it. To approve this variance, then it comes to the council along with, she has to pay $50 for that variance bill. She got to accept it, alcohol. Oh, it says it right in here. Same as planning, isn't it? Planning commission. Well, department. Maybe I was wrong. So it's the planning department and not commission. It's you. It just says department, that's hilarious. Isn't that, is that how? It's, you can't grant variances, it's the planning commission. Well, I was like, oh, it's supposed to be.
Then it says the city council approves or disapproves the variance.
They do, whenever planning commission says yes on variance, they're supposed to say, remember how John McKee was the same?
He doesn't just put it on flash.
We recommend the council, or forwarding the city council. They have five.
I had it. You got.
Yeah, because that's what they don't. They don't.
And when you tell them.
So she's gonna come with all of this tomorrow? Yes,
This weekend.
I don't think so. I can't.
That's why I'm crazy, because once she gets that, if they approve it, and then the council but that's the way that they table it. They want every single yeah, right, tomorrow, at least we'll be variance for it tomorrow, so that we can get the process going.
And make sure you, if all this happens, make sure we get like the first testing.
They don't have to be free because that's the thing. Yes, yes. Yeah.
I'm just saying you should have it first. We will.
They know.
Do you want my card? Yes, I do.
There you go. And then she sent But the reason we do it is it takes away the paperwork, it takes away the cumbersome rules that you have to follow and timelines that are obligated bid out the projects. This right here, this right here, money.
Yeah, that works.
To the city.
She said that when she first asked
Use federal money. So we excluded the component
Now, I don't mind it on my
and
enchilada.
it frees all that money that was in the budget for race to be used for whatever they need to use it. So it takes away all the restrictions. No, the police department, general fund funds, so it goes back to the general. It's still funded, but they're funded by the in our next we've already recorded the second which is the purchase of the that's the first spend. The second one is going to be the departments that for $1.5 million. That's the total amount that we're they gave it to us. This 25 is like
Yes, I've seen it. And it's good that,
You got to build it.
we didn't
that's it. That, but you know, it's great.
Federal government gave
They can do no right.
We've got benefits. The total amount of every state is payments from federalism, divvied up to like so because we have this amount of money, it was originally designed and it said that we were going to use this specifically for infrastructure, we're not taking that away. Because it's going to be used that stays in the so here's the real reason. There are so many restrictions to the water infrastructure. For instance, only using for projects on existing need for residential and use for growth. So by us paying the salaries for the police, as you will read, if nothing is done, the rest of it is not to be used for highway, and it goes into the we do not use a player the system that's over there, the executive assistant is not in. It's only the police officers and so that's the reimbursement for specific government agencies. And then we can take the payroll so that's what
two different worlds.
Oh, that's
then you have into the reporting, it's still shows you can record it.
Pulled up that, the big was.
So you're a practitioner in our
Thank you so much. Now, I know that recommendation, so if you run into a snag and you don't get something.
Things that we don't like.
Nothing just but had we done a litigation,
That's what I want.
to get it finished. Right, exactly. So because of this is our code.
Pretty well, those times.
Deficit. Well, you have a deficit for that means the general procedure has to that. So what I just showed you with we're looking at
I never did that.
pretty good deal. We can make that happen.
What do they get up with your hair?
Well, the Trinity was seventh grade class computer technology actually science, mathematics, chemistry, science. And if you want to reach them, and they did, you get an invitation by the energy to go to Washington to meet on the national airways. So they went up to the meeting, but it's all expenses paid. So there's 5 years plus they went up there for pretty much two competing boys teams that left their finals today, and everybody got to watch the competition. Both teams were Asian. So who's the first? Asian and Indian. And in the high school, it was an Asian. I'm just saying, and these were private schools too. We don't focus. The USA. Who's number one? The Asian countries. They're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 acres. It's controlled by there is yeah, if you ever saw how that worked. And then 40. Like right now, we have this is my first this is what I was pointing out. This amount that's again, that's a hotel account. It's just something that money can't. What about that's why I did so that's why
With all the rest of it.
See, this thing that I'm doing here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I love that.
So what you're saying
This
is,
place is gonna be installed in place.
there's background.
It's ready to go.
Department of Interior, that department, their tobacco. So the yellow is potential national registry. Red is the core area. Black is the
You can transfer this grant.
So, there's the red. So you're, I guess they came up this year.
I was still there the other day, I think.
That's what he said. So.
They're taking us.
When they found out it was done,
No, they're gone.
You ever heard of another one? So we had have you ever heard of Civil War?
Well, no,
So we asked him for another city.
I found this out from a guy, it's actually part of the city. Actually, was
So you just
he worked for my brother.
And so
She was, yeah, she traveled.
the city should pay for this application.
Is she walking? We like to joke that her body is in the backyard because the house where the flower beds are now like moving down. So it looks like
Only fair.
no, she didn't die in the house. No.
Just create
No, but I kept her little hummingbird chime thing, and they left it there.
That's what
And they talk about free entry, because, you know,
they've already, this was supposed to be.
union gals, and so
Left
they
behind.
and you hear calls
Mine are all white. One purple. Yes, big old thing.
Yeah, we held them off for the duration of that, and then we fell back for whatever reason.
Wouldn't that be funny for
Of
you?
course, we created church,
No, it's.
the language is definitely period. But yeah,
It's free up,
this area.
$150,000.
I know.
Are you sure?
Only 2 or 3.
Oh, no, I've got them all here. Just pass them on down, or we'll get them at the end.
Yeah. Pretty neat stuff.
Thank you.
My wife.
I thought you were gone.
Yeah, she arrives at 11:40.
Need your force speed.
Her and the site's one people.
Sir?
How's open till midnight?
Just all 24/7. They got a whole new crew. I mean, they're good. All right, we're on, call the meeting back to order. You need a vote to do that?
Yeah, I mean,
Roll call. Yeah, let's do that in case we get back. I'm gonna say there, before they, I'll wait till they get back.
and Roger.
Yes.
Um,
I'm wearing. That's too much.
do you want,
I'm not.
I don't think we have to do roll call, but we can go back in session,
Okay.
just to do until we.
So action to be taken due to executive session is Kyla, last name, Glenn is going to not, I'm going to remove her from Danielle's. She does not answer, yeah, oversight. directly under the mayor. So I think I said that right. Okay?
Now, that's not affected in the budget anywhere?
No.
That's not even, you couldn't even see that on paper really ever?
Animal control is their own department.
Yes, it's its own department. Okay, so it's just a,
So let me make sure, it is nothing, I'm going to elaborate, which I should, I don't probably need to have to, but I want to make sure everybody understands this has nothing to do with Danielle's overseeing that. She's done a great job, as Kyle has. They work very well together. I'm just trying to relieve some pressure from HR and my assistant. And, so that's the reason, so. Okay, moving on. Number one, thank you, animal control. Number one, unfinished business is animal control, which is kind of unique because now I need you to speak on it, if you're okay with that.
I mean, if they have questions.
Repealing and replacing, this is the same ordinance, repealing and replacing ordinance 22-01, animal control ordinance, second reading. So, same one, Tad, nothing's changed since the first, I got it.
Yeah, but if it goes under you, it's still,
No, she doesn't have to, you don't have to mess with it. Directly to me.
She's like a department head now.
Sure, Dan, yeah.
Because it's a department on its own.
I thought
Wow.
you'd like it.
okay. Y'all have any questions or?
This doesn't take you by surprise, you thought that this.
It did at the timing. I
Well,
didn't know it was happening now.
yeah. You can go home and sleep. Maybe.
I'm still your assistant.
But I will not look upon you for, well, I probably will. Anyway, moving on.
So what was the main point of changing all this again? I'm sorry.
So we're just trying to clean it up a little bit because it is such a large ordinance. And we needed to have some clarification on putting some animals down. We didn't really have like a direct timeline listed on there.
Did we get that worked out finally?
We put 30 days on there as, to begin with, and then you all can, decide what you want to do.
We had a big discussion about that last month. Did something change as a result of that or not?
You talking about with the artist?
Okay, so I can.
So elaborate on that a little.
Yes, I will. As not the animal control director now. Wow. I will let you know. So immediately after the meeting, I emailed. What?
Go ahead.
You want it?
I'm gonna get with you.
So, and I will like to preface, and I know that this is being recorded and it's gonna come right back at me, that in the beginning when Kyla took over this position, she did reach out to Artemis for assistance and they never responded back to hers from what I understood. And so immediately after the meeting, within the next day or two, I emailed Cindy Scott, who was one of the ladies that was here, saying if they could assist us. We have one female dog that has 2 puppies that's been here since November. If they could transport, take it off our hands, we would greatly appreciate your help, all that. I didn't get a response back, and so I went looking, and I went to their Facebook page and tried to send a message, and it said for direct inquiries, or no, I'm so sorry. There was an email address on their Facebook. I sent an email to that, again, saying I didn't realize I sent it to the wrong email. If you can read the email below, let us know if you can help me away. We'd greatly appreciate it, trying to amend it. And someone answered me and said that they would forward it to Cindy if they cannot answer, and that they know that they are overfull with hundreds wanting assistance. And I said, thank you, I appreciate that, and I have never heard back. And that was on April 25th. Since then, we have had to put one dog down that was aggressive out of the kennel. And then we are also in discussions of putting 3 more down this week. That we have had, the mother we have had since September, and the puppies we've had since October, with no interest from the public on getting them adopted.
Well, so there was this in Tom's financial report, talking about the cost of animals.
Yes.
I mean, are the changes we're making to this gonna help
Yes.
manage the cost?
Yes. Because if we get permission to put, and I'm not an animal person, and I have said that before, and I hate this. I really, really do. I don't want to put down any animal whatsoever. I hate that this is part of the city's responsibility. I say it every day, that I hate that we're spending all of this money on this when we can use this money for the betterment of our city and our residents. Why are you laughing?
I'm sorry.
Charlie, get that thing.
It's him.
I know, and
She knows I want to clap.
Okay, so if you all agree to start where we can put them down after 30 days, if they are not adopted and we've exhausted all other efforts, then that will save us tremendous. Because like I said, we have a dog that we've been paying for since September, we have one we've been paying for since October, and two since November of last year.
And also, I may have missed the number that Thomas gave us earlier, but I swear he mentioned something about 80-something% of the animal
Yes.
department budget already.
Yes, it's 5,000 to 6,000 a month just in kennel cost up at Mountaintop, which we are extremely grateful for, and which what it would actually cost us is more than that. They really help us out, and we really appreciate them. Had a great conversation with them when we redid the contract. And that's not well, it is including the vet bills as well. So, I mean, we are just, if residents only knew the amount of money that the city is having to take on for that.
So I'll tell you this, as the outgoing director of animal control, and the new one can listen too. When that money comes out,
Yeah,
I hope nobody comes back to us wanting us to pull more money in that department for
Right.
housing of animals.
right.
And I don't care who marches in here and tells Tim Terry he's a jerk. I
Yeah.
trust him out there a million times.
Yeah,
But I refuse to waste any more of the citizens of Greenwood's tax
Yes.
dollars on animals.
right, who owners are not being responsible for.
Exactly. If it's
Yes.
a responsible pet owner, that's one thing.
Right,
But we've got
But
rules
we
in
don't
here
have
for
those.
tag, we've got collared rules,
yeah,
all that. We've got everything, so when Fifi gets out,
yes.
you should be able to say, Fifi goes to 28 Bass Circle,
Yes.
and away we go back over there.
And that only happens like 10% of the time when she catches one.
And so then, I mean, people have to get their attention at some point, and I trust you, me. There'll be some people complaining if we have to put animals down, so
Yes.
whatever, some city group,
Yeah,
but that'll go away just like they have every time, and then people won't even care, they won't even know.
right.
And then maybe somebody will open up some shelter, and then we can fill that thing up in about 5 months, if I was those surrounding towns, and we'll be right back, well, whatever.
Yeah,
It's a great investment if somebody wants to build one. I mean, you talk about, I don't know how we can tax that as a city, if somebody wants
you
to
know,
build one.
we looked at that when Casey was animal control, and, you know, he ran some numbers, and it just wasn't, you know.
I'm not talking for us, I mean, just
I know,
individual.
yeah, it wasn't really feasible, and nobody wanted one right here barking all the time, and then you have to have us take care of it. And
We tried our hardest and our best to streamline the pet procedures and tagging them and collars and microchipping
Yes,
and all that. I mean, it just, what is it? I don't know how much it is now, but just, I mean, it's crazy money that gets spent on it. It just drives me insane.
and of course, that's not including, you know, the gas that she's having to spend to
Right.
go out there multiple times, and, you know, she does a really great job. If she catches one in the morning or mid-morning, most of the time, she'll either keep it in her cage in the track, or she'll keep it in the office to try to avoid going out there and getting us extra charges or fuel costs. And her new cages should be installed on Friday. That will be able, that she can use them now appropriately.
I'm not sure we should bring dogs into City Hall, that's probably not the best.
100%.
Well, she's not bringing like aggressive one. If it's, you know, a little Bobo who's like a Yorkie or something, you know, but she's not bringing in big ones, if she even brings them in.
I don't ever see them really anymore.
No.
If she brings one in, it's for like show and tell for about 5 minutes.
Yep, yeah.
Because we are constantly trying to get Danielle to get one for her kids, and she refuses.
Yes, I'm a horrible mother.
You're great.
I make a motion we put this ordinance on its second reading by title only.
Second.
A motion is second?
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Meeker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Ms. Rainwater?
Yes.
Ms. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
It's unanimous. I'll read the title. An ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance 22-01 and all other ordinances in conflict therewith, authorizing the regulating, the keeping and control of companion, domestic animals, creatures in the city of Greenwood, Arkansas, and for other purposes.
Thank you. Number 2 is animal control, again, ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance 502, prohibiting unnecessary noise, second reading.
This is just to match, so that way same time as far as, noises or dogs barking, that way they match.
Need a motion to put that on the second reading by title only.
Second.
Have a motion and a second?
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Unanimous. An ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 502, prohibiting unreasonably loud, disturbing, and unnecessary noise, providing a penalty therefore, and for other purposes.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Number 3 is ordinance prohibiting heavy haul and semi-truck traffic on Highway 10 Spur, also known as, well, there you go, Center Street. Second reading. So last month when we got this to you, excuse me, it was same ordinance, it just wasn't organized, if you will. Charlotte worked on it a little bit. We still have some blanks to fill out, but Charlotte and I talked about this today. Basically, if you don't remember, this is to protect, to give the city police department the authority to pull over these trucks. Again, we have the truck wrap has now been designated. Everybody, or I say everybody, signs are up. RDOT put signs up. They put it out, information to all the trucking companies. And I personally have noticed a huge difference of trucks that are taking the route, turning there in front of the old senior center, and taking that. No one has gotten stuck. It's a miraculous thing, because I was told that'll never work. Now, RDOT did come in and mill that down, so nobody's gotten stuck. Do they like it? Maybe not. I like it a lot more. They don't like it, but we don't have all the heavy truck traffic on our newly overlaid highway. So that's what this is for. Just on second reading. If we need to fill in, Charlotte, have you already got some of that filled in?
On B, compliance,
Okay.
section C is referencing the designated routes.
Yep.
And so a C goes in that blank. Exceptions set forth in sections blank and blank. Well, exceptions are listed in G, section G, so a G would go there for sure, but I don't know what other section.
That's, if we had anything prior that had any language in it for that, I left that open.
I know, I already got rid of those.
Okay.
Those are all gone.
Yeah.
These are still remaining, what's talking about within this ordinance, like other areas in the ordinance is what this is.
Yeah.
So, because
Maybe just G period.
it may be, but when you look at and read E and I think F, one or two of those might be going in there because it's a deferring from the route.
All the blanks are from something from in this.
Yes,
ordinance.
yes, it's
not
all
like-
internal.
Yeah,
And they do apply within.
yeah. Did you get this, Chief?
Not,
You can pull it up on the packet.
I just sent over the original to you, that's all I have.
I mean, we got another reading,
It's
so
on the
we
packet.
could have it a little more clarified for you.
Does this ordinance pertain to dump trucks carrying fuel through town?
So if you're local haul, we're gonna, I mean, you can't not, if they're coming through town and they're going to somewhere in town to haul their dirt or gravel, it does not. I mean, I don't know that it says that very specific in here.
So I just tailing it, what they're coming from 71, and they're going to, like Eastside Village, still in town, but it's,
In my opinion, they need to go the truck route. If they're on 71, they need to go the east side of town, because they're going from one state highway to try to get to another state highway, and they should be on our local road.
So
Now, all that,
Davis Gym.
Well, we do have a road bond.
Davis Gym is on state highway still.
Heavy trucks like that that travel through the town, we do have a bond, an ordinance that specifies a bond for that. The street department deals with it.
Oh, I'm sorry, you said Davis, I was
Yeah.
thinking out here.
yeah.
What do they want at Davis Gym?
Behind the house there.
Why is there a truck going to Davis Gym?
Having houses.
Oh, I got you. Point well taken.
The ones leaving dirt and mud all over the highway,
Yeah.
Center Street.
Center Street.
Yeah.
We're not the only one. The guys that are doing the sidewalk are doing the same thing, but we have to stay on So I don't know that he's been in there a while, but I understand where you're coming from.
That's,
And it's gonna be hard, it will never be a perfect, we will never stop every single truck unless the police are willing to follow each and every truck that goes through Greenwood at a certain, you know, and seeing where they're stopping. And you don't know until they get through.
and most of them are good, but I saw a guy turn right out there, bronze of the day, and go back out.
Absolutely. I mean, I know when I get home even because they're going by my house on Highway 10. But it's, without this, without us stopping anybody, I don't think we are. We don't have the right to do it, I guess yet. But without that, it's working pretty well.
I think we guys, working on the sidewalk, I mean, they have a right to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming to the sidewalk.
Yeah, they got to, we can't, I mean, that's local, that's about as local as you can get.
Yeah.
I saw a guy driving one of those concrete buggies a quarter mile the other day. Down there. Yeah, in the turn lane.
Yeah, that's an excuse.
So we have another reading, but we'll get the,
Are we responsible for any signage, or is that also the state kind of signage?
everything that's been put up was the state being, I'll tell you one you probably never noticed, I didn't for a few days, was the one right beside the First Baptist Church, literally right beside the church, there by Pizza Barn, just past the Pizza Barn. There it is, 45, I mean not 45, truck route this way, Fort Smith. And so they're abiding by that. And the fact that they've all gotten through RDOT's communication, I forgot how they said they were, anyway, it's not just a sign. Those trucking companies get that information.
And a lot of them are over back and forth, the same guys, run the same route all the time, so they're no.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if, you know, like past it, like, you know, like on just past the booths or whatever, you know, if you had a sign there saying, you know, through traffic, you know, whatever, prohibited.
We can do, yeah, that'd be on us, we can do that. And I have seen them do that, for heaven forbid you turn at the caboose, because you can get stuck there, because there's that island out there, but so far so good. But yeah, we can certainly do some signs of our own in town. And then RDOT also has done the same thing out on 71 coming in. In fact, we had our own, Jeff's not here, we had our own, you probably know, we had our own flashing sign out there for about a month. So.
I have one comment about this definition of commercial vehicle.
Yes, sir.
You might look, you know, US DOT defines that. I mean, we've got this gross vehicle weight 10,000 pounds. So,
where are you looking at?
First page, right under A, first.
Gotcha.
3/4 ton, a 1 ton dually pickup truck, more than 10,000 pounds.
We says it 10,000.
But DOT gives they'll define what they call a commercial vehicle. I think it's 10,000 pounds and it does this and that and that and that, which is kind of what this is driving at.
Yeah.
You might just double check that.
Yeah, we can do that. Did you get that new?
Yeah, check that way or just like.
What dot
Definition.
What dot recommend?
Yeah, and somebody will please look at the ordinance in the meantime and tell me which letters go where, so we can put that in.
Well, I'd rely on you to do that, to help us with that for sure. Would you? All right. Got a motion for the second reading?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Thomas.
Got a motion and a second.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Daniel?
Yes.
Mr. Chop?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Truck routes established, an ordinance establishing truck routes, providing for definitions, designated routes, compliance and exceptions, providing for a penalty for violation of any provisions hereof, by inclusion into the code, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances inconsistent or in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing for notice and further.
Thank you. Number 5, I'm sorry, number 4, city attorney, ordinance updating city attorney duties, first reading.
So I dropped everybody a copy of the ordinance. They asked me to prepare something last month. I'm not necessarily asking if we put on its first reading tonight, but everybody just review it and, no, that's not.
I'm just kidding.
And offer feedback. I mean, that's,
Travis,
yes, sir.
why are we just amending, would it not be better just to replace the 448, just tie them all together?
Replace, repeal and replace it.
Yeah.
I
Is
prefer
there a
that.
reason why we're not just?
I think that there was already, 2208 already was amending it.
Yeah, I've got both of those. I just brought one copy of each of them, but, you know, 448 is,
That's the original, and
That's
then
the original.
2208 amended it, right?
yes, sir. 2208 right here.
It's just so old, it seems like, maybe instead of amending it, maybe we ought to just repeal and replace.
We like to repeal and replace because it's hard to follow a trail backwards
Right.
to other ordinances. Repealing and replacing is very desirable.
Is there a legal reason why we would, I mean, no?
It's your discretion. I mean, if you'd like a repeal and replace version, it would obviously be a little lengthier than what I presented. But I don't have a problem doing that.
Well,
And it might clear up some of the, I mean, it was kind of hard for me to formulate wording in section 2. Towards the end, that's the amendment. It might be easier to just start from the beginning, and that might be easier to come up with the wording.
You want me to take what you have here and just kind of blend it and reformat and send it to you? See if you like it.
I can do it, or you can do it, it's up to you guys, I don't care. I just wanted
I
to
have
bring
to-
you something to look at.
I just have a concern with section 2, the very last sentence, and it's concerning the city's commissions. Is it saying that you will not do work for them unless they pay extra or pay fees for it? That's not gonna fall within your salary?
No, well, it depends, I guess. So the thought process behind it is when 448 was enacted, we had about 4,000 people in town. You take the pay that was there, you rank it up based on inflation. And with no population growth, pay's pretty on par. And you had the population growth, and it's still about right, but, you know, I don't think the clerk or the mayor or anybody else's workload is less than full-time now that we've got commissions handling a lot of the business. So once you get to a certain point, it starts to become quite a bit of work, because, I mean, we stay pretty busy doing city work, which is great. So that was the whole thought process behind it. As the city continues to grow, you know, how do we, you know, how do we classify the commissions? Are they all as one with the city, or how does that?
They are under the umbrella of the city, and if I may, in all due respect, but like, I have to be the ex officio secretary. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not saying that way, I'm talking from the elected viewpoint. I serve the AMP Commission, I do all of their secretarial work, you might say clerical work, and I administrate all the grants and everything. They used to pay the general fund $3,000 a year for paying my salary. That is how that was handled, because the clerk did so much for them, day-to-day work. And I always, when I first came in, I thought, well, it's kind of weird, it seems like they pay the clerk extra, but then again, I'm being paid for, I'm elected to serve the city. And so, you know, time went on. Not saying it doesn't have to change, but that's one kind of example of how that was handled. I eventually said, you know, save this general fund money. I mean, I'm here for the city. I'm gonna serve water in all these departments.
And
But
I certainly feel the same. I'm here for the city as well. But the duties were created 32 years ago. And the outgoing attorney said, we may want to look at that, or told me that, you know, we may want to look at that, because the city has grown quite a bit, and the workload grows with it. So that's all this is. I mean, I'm still gonna do my job.
Travis, I kind of like more of a, let's take take your notes here and take the old 448, and let's do a repeal and replace.
Okay.
And like to, maybe when you bring it back, like to clearly define the scope of the work that you do for the money that we pay.
Okay.
And then what is outside of that scope of work? Gaining 50 easements down Highway 10 would be outside of the scope of your work. Going over to the Parks and Rec Commission and trying to gain recreation and landscape easements from 6, 7 property owners outside of the scope of your work. Water Commission sending you to James Fork to draw multiple lengthy contracts on easements and transmission lines and all that outside of the scope. District court prosecuting police matters in that scope of your work, developing ordinances, reviewing bonds, all within the scope of your work. Prosecuting ordinance violations within the scope of your work. I'd like to make it very clear what's in your box, in your scope of work, and then what's outside of it. And then the council can always make a decision, probably based on your recommendation, when you get into some of these tricky areas. You go, I know a guy you need to hire because I may not be the best guy for this. I mean, we all do that in our work. I tell people that all the time. And Mike's done that too. When we get into some things that we're trying to get defended on, of course. So I think we need to do a repeal and replace. I'm just speaking for myself. I think it cleaned it up. It's like Charlotte says, you start backtracking, you start losing once we get enough amendments. And I'd like for you to maybe bring that back to us, as looking more into repeal and replace.
And I would add, I would just call it the city. I mean, you're doing work for the city. We still own that water plant. I mean, that's the city's. If there needs to be some discussion had between the city general fund and the water commission about who's divvying up what portions of the legal bills that get paid, we can have that discussion. But I think for the purpose of the city attorney, here's what I'm doing for the city. To Rod's point, here's what I'm gonna do, here's what falls outside that umbrella. And I'm the city bill for that. And then we can have that debate between the Parks Commissioner, the Water Commissioner, whoever it may be. If, the Water Commission goes and does something that gets us involved in a lawsuit, we're taking that out of y'all's account, not our account, right?
When we get enough bills outside of that umbrella, and we start seeing stuff, we'll start spending enough money where the city council will eventually go, we're declaring this a full-time position at this point. That's when the current city attorney said, well, I'm not running for it next time and I don't want it, or whatever. But we could declare a full-time position, when we get up around, I don't know, $100,000 worth of legal work, is when you start making those calls. We're big enough now, we're spending enough money on legal work, we should maybe look at declaring this a full-time position. Or
I want to add something too. It was perfect timing, and Daniel said commissions can speak on that. Y'all asked for this to be taken to the commissions to see what their thoughts are. Parks Commission and the Water and Wastewater Commission both were presented this, and I made a copy of the old 448 for them, and they discussed it and voted unanimously not in support of paying extra fees. Now, I don't think they went through every little situation where they would need legal services, but they said that it's not in their budget. Tom, you might remember better points than I'm remembering, but in other words, they felt like I kind of see it, that's the elected position for the city and not parsed out for those. But they did unanimously vote in.
And, yes, I'll agree with what Charles said. I was there at the Water and Wastewater Commission, they said, they did not, like finished to be built, it still is kind of under the scope of the city, you know, and you're the city attorney. But also, I think, as you still kind of define your scope of work, I think somehow, I don't know how it can be done, but to still say that to me, this was still, by our definition of, you know, this is not your full-time job. You know, by the city attorney of Greenwood is considered, you know, otherwise, you'd have an office here for you, you know, and you kind of be every day, but it's not, you know, looked upon as a full-time job. I think somehow you kind of put your scope of work in that, but, you know, yes, I'm allowed to do, you know, this amount or whatever, and then, you know, something like that is kind of maybe it's a outline. And I think that would gear us up to a kind of time, what Rod said, if we do see the, you know, approaching up, you know, with this certain level, well, yeah, maybe we need to make it a full-time job. And if you are here at our disposal exclusively.
I think there's points that we want to be fair to our previous city attorney, fair in the workload that we were requiring from him, and maybe, I just would want this relationship to be more, Travis to see it as more fair to him and us.
Well, and moving forward too, however this gets resolved with this ordinance here, which I'm agreeing with the repeal and replace, but when budget time rolls around, that's when we get with everybody, parks, water, and whoever, planning, whatever commission. After he's got his box and scope of what he's, then we put their budget, well, if y'all are planning on doing some major deal, we're gonna probably put you $10,000 of legal fee, professional fee, because if you're gonna want him to do it.
Right.
And if not, they're gonna hire somebody else to do it. So it needs to be, so it can be a budget issue we can address every year and put whatever the money might be, a set dollar, and if they use it, they'll do it. For those kind of things.
I did tell them that if you offered the services at a reduced rate, that they said they didn't have it budgeted, weren't expecting.
That's fine. So what I'm hearing is you guys want a more detailed description. Because I think that's what we're missing.
Yes.
I mean, 448 is 32 years old.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other services and stuff like that in there that is a lot more now than it was then. So.
When 448 was written, you just handle everything. We're only
Exactly.
2,700 people, just whatever happens, you just handle it.
Okay.
Well, to AC's point, he has a private practice as well.
Right.
I mean, and people, that has to be realized as a body that it isn't a full-time job. And the guy's got other cases. Yes, he's an elected official. Yes, he ran for it. He knew what he was getting into. But unfortunately, he still does have a private practice. So there's got to be a fine line there. But for sure, defining the duties specifically, or more specific anyway, would be what I'm 100%.
You know, I'd say, you know, anywhere else, if it's under kind of business or whatever, to have a lawyer on retainer, you know, would still probably be far more than what the city's paying, you know.
Make us a list, we'll negotiate what's in the box and what's out of the box.
Do y'all approve the invoice that I have in your packet from him?
Thank you all for
Payment?
clarification. I'll get to work on that.
I put it in y'all's packet, you see it? Okay.
Charlotte, I don't know if you heard, wants to know if you guys are approving
I'll make that motion to approve.
that invoice.
Second.
Okay, motion second.
Which, by the way, before you vote, the hearing on that is tomorrow. So by the end of the day tomorrow, the lake should be in the city limits.
You know, and this is part of our conversation. This may not have gotten done if we were not able to bill him just being outside of the scope of what I think his work is.
Well, he didn't even charge it, like not even, but just a little over 2 hours.
Yeah.
His rate, the rest of it was fees.
But there's,
His reduced rate.
yeah, but there's some incentive to do some of these things that we're asking to do that would really be extra. And this would be one of those things. And we've sat around here for years and never got this money.
15.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Number 5 is planning. Ordinance repealing and replacing zoning ordinance, number 22-13 to change zoning for storage units, second reading.
Mayor, Council, Mr. Terry, this is the repeal and replace ordinance 2213. This adds the storage room verbiage into the zoning ordinance. Mr. McDaniel, you were asking a little while ago about the distance regulation on there on page 27. It says that the storage facility can't be located within a quarter mile from an existing storage facility. I can change that to feet if you would like to put 13, 20 feet on there, or leave it at a quarter mile, whatever you would like to see that.
So, I mean, instead of just having an area where we can build and just, I mean, I thought that was gonna be done to have a place where this is all we want there is storage really, instead of having them set so far apart.
Well, it defined industrial though, right?
Yes.
So if you have industrial, you've already got a humongous storage facility out there at the industrial park. So then some guy goes and buys the other 3 acres and builds another one right beside that one.
Yeah.
You're running out of industrial zone property.
But then that's, to me, that's when I know that they come to the planning commission and say, I need a rezoning, and everybody's aware of it, that, oh, this is where they're looking at putting it.
Well, you'd have to rezone a piece of property to industrial because we're pretty much filled up with our industrial park.
Like the one out there on 10 that's behind the senior citizen center, you know that one?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't have any, I mean, I know now we're talking about commercial property here, but it's not been improved like this, the other issue. I mean, I wouldn't have any problem finding an area to just say, okay, here's our mini storage area, and let me build, if you can get 10 in there, get 10, or however, if you put or if there's one that's a million units or whatever. But I didn't think that I was under the impression we want them all stacked together. We don't want them far apart kind of deal, what I guess I was, the issue I'm having with that A there in the industrial district 3A. I don't know, I was just kind of corralling all the rats to one area kind of deal. That would be more what I was hoping to see, but.
Where does it say about industrial?
It's
Somewhere else?
27.
It's
27?
under industrial, and in fact, under C2.
Oh, that's the whole section A,
Yeah.
sorry.
Under C2, it says that, see real quick.
Storage facility may only be located in I1.
In C2, in the accepted areas, it says that storage rooms can only be put in industrial.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then,
Page 26.
and then it goes into the industrial.
Charlotte, on that page 26 of this, section 7, then it's .1, then it goes down to L, what he's just talking about. We've got located in the II industrial zone, I think we just got I1 there. I just.
What page?
26. It's just a typo.
That's a Roman number.
Well, but it's not Roman numeral back here, I would
I
agree.
agree.
Yeah, I1, I agree.
No, I don't know. Is that I-1, Sonny, is that
Yes,
what you meant?
it'd be I1.
You meant I-1, okay. Sonny did these changes, I just looked for typos.
Well, yeah, I mean, either that or just change it to I back here, Roman numeral, section 8, whichever.
Oh, I'll just do I-1, but it's not referring to the Roman numerals and things, is it? It's referring to a classification.
Yeah, like the R1.
Yeah, like R1 and things?
So that's an industrial line.
Yeah.
We don't have an
What we're gonna do is
industrial.
take the top of the eye and tilt it.
I was just
There you go.
Pretty
Well,
simple.
it needs to be correct.
Yes.
So in that I or excuse me, L that they're talking about, it says storage facilities, blah. And then over here, we call it self-storage facilities. Is somebody gonna come get us on some triviality about storage facilities versus self-storage facilities?
Well, let's look at our,
Definitions?
I mean, I have industrial property or commercial property that people lease from me for storage.
What?
Which is not,
Not the city.
you know, but what's the difference in, you follow what I'm saying? I mean,
Well,
I'm gonna come in and go, oh, this ain't self-storage, this is.
in our definitions, it's under mini storage. So if you wanna make them all,
So we call it self over there, we just call it storage there.
and then we got mini storage under the definition.
Where's that?
It's on page, three. But it says it's a complex of small storage units which are rented or leased and are arranged to be individually accessible to the leasee or rentor. So it mentions as a storage unit.
I mean, I guess at a minimum, we ought to call it mini storage all the way through, so it matches our definition.
Okay.
I mean, I know that seems petty, but
No.
we've seen, yeah.
We've seen worse.
No, somebody's gonna come in here and challenge us on it. I mean, I can't think of anything else that, where you, how could you come in here and challenge that, right?
I think it's just one.
I mean, most people have, well, some people have common sense, most do.
Well, I was saying, I guess the, like Zero Mountain, I mean, that's a storage facility, isn't it, or is it?
Well, that's what I'm racking my brain about over here. I mean, my warehouse is a storage facility. Rod Powell has stuff stored in it, but it's not a mini storage.
Is it a maxi storage?
I don't know what you call
I
it.
couldn't help.
Well, like I said, under the mini storage, it says it's a complex of small storage units. So, like I said, I think mini storage would be a good thing to go through the
Shouldn't we
ordinance.
define what's small? I mean, mine's not a small storage unit.
Well, the small,
Like Zero Mountain is not a small storage
and like I
unit.
said, that takes the Zero Mountain out of the equation also, because it's not a small storage unit.
Did we define small?
Well, do we have Zero Mountain Greenwood?
Do what?
Do we have a Zero Mountain
Oh,
Greenwood?
Is that one on,
Miracle.
I mean, do we have something similar to that here? A
No,
refrigerated storage? Well, I mean, we'll cross that bridge when we get one.
yeah,
hope
I think the only one I know is on 45.
Yeah. We don't care what that's defined.
Casey wants to.
Yeah. I mean, mini storage would cover, the definition says small storage unit, I mean,
Yeah. I think I agree with both of you. I think mini storage should be used throughout.
yes.
Let me suggest this, should we say a complex of small storage units individually 1,000 square feet or less, which is,
I would rather just add another definition that says warehouse.
that's bigger than, we can do that.
I mean,
This
like
might be.
the old Greenwood Fixtures deal was a warehouse for a while, I mean, and they was leased out, you know.
Where at?
The Greenwood Fixtures old building was leased out as a warehouse for a while.
Well, Mike McAllister's was a warehouse and now it's a mini store.
Right.
I don't know, it might be not.
I like to use the mini storage all the way through, that'll,
We'll make that changes and bring it back to you for third reading.
All right, anything else? Dylan?
Just change on page 26, that's the only one, that little I one.
that's
Mini
storage.
Yeah, mini storage all the way through, will.
And LL or 11 to I, whatever it is.
Yeah.
We need a motion on that?
Yes.
Whatever it is.
Second reading.
I make a motion.
Yeah, second.
Motion second.
I seconded it, somebody else might have, but I'll take it.
AC did the
I'll
first.
say
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how I thought it went. Anyways, okay. Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes,
Unanimous.
thank you, Council.
An ordinance repealing and replacing zoning ordinance 22-13 and for other purposes.
Mr. Cross, Water Wastewater Commission, confirmation of alternate commission member, new business.
The Water Wastewater Commission advertised for someone to come on the board. They got two people wanting to come on. I think they picked Chad Martin, and they wanted to have an alternate for the second person, which is Alex Selkirk. Alternate, in a sense, I believe they've already voted for it with your confirmation. I believe the way they were looking for it is someone quit, he would step into that.
Quicker replacement.
Yes, I don't see it as being someone's not here tonight, he's gonna sit there, it's just more.
Is that an automatic alternative, so they have the position open next year or year after?
They didn't say.
No, that process has to, when an expiration happens and a renewal, y'all have to do that.
Yeah, you have to.
But this would be approving it for a sudden absence, a sudden vacancy to finish out the term.
But he's not voting right now, the alternate.
Yeah, it's not for people being absent, it's for someone stepping down.
Yeah, he's not.
You would- And that process would, they would have a quorum easier without gaps. Now,
He
I
can't
will-
sit in and make a quorum.
No,
Gotcha.
he would come in, you would be told that the alternate had to step into the commission if someone stepped down.
Okay.
So we're predefining who's gonna be the next replacement?
Correct.
Not
In
they-
case
Only in
of
absence.
a vacancy,
Only in a
or even
vacancy.
a term.
During a term. Or something.
Now,
Vacancy, you can still choose someone else.
it might be a good prerequisite for doing that, when somebody expires and they don't want to go back on the commission. It might be good to have this guy that was an alternate that's kind of been in the flow of the deal, and we'll just, I can see maybe a guy in waiting, but that's not what they're doing this for. If somebody dies or quits, basically, this guy will be the alternate fill-in.
And Teresa did, being the chairperson, did make a point to say that whoever this is, and in this case it is Mr. Selkirk, that they would be, again, not sitting up here to make a vote, but they could be kept in the loop,
Yeah.
quote unquote, of things going on. That way, if there happened to be a vacancy, he or she's already aware.
Now, I'm gonna muddy the water here,
Yes, that's what she-
and I'm gonna say, this is not in bylaws, nor is it really anywhere, but when you established this commission at the very beginning, Kevin Heslin was listed as, and chosen as an alternate member. And I don't know where that came from, but it was in place. So,
Is he still an alternate?
no,
Well, you might say until he's not.
I don't
He's in the
know.
bylaws,
There is-
he is.
I've never
No.
heard of it.
I don't know, Charlotte knows better.
Where is he listed as that?
On the membership listing that was created when they established.
In the bylaws?
No, I don't see it in bylaws. What, do you remember that? Why? You're kind of nodding like you remember that.
I'm just trying to follow you. I really can't get past, there's one person that was very, very vocal about the commission not being started outside of the council. And this is the guy. Alex Selkirk was the guy that stood up and said, this is awful, it shouldn't happen, it should not, be done. And now, here we are gonna put him on. You always kind of wonder, is this the guy that gets in from the inside and starts destroying it from the inside because he was so adamant?
Let's let him know that.
Huh?
What?
Say what?
But I think for that very reason that there was an alternate, and of course I'm just guessing at this, and I'm thinking that, it was a new thing, the commission, and think, well, the members may not like, the heat in the kitchen once they get in there, and want to step down. And so instead of having to go through this process all over again, we've got somebody willing to step in.
And I will say
AC.
that commission is very small, so one person missing makes it hard. 'cause it-
You're the council's liaison to the water commission, what say you about this?
I think it's a good idea.
Why did it come about? position come up?
I think probably because they, in some ways, they felt like they had two very good candidates, you know, equal candidates, you know, and so they just said, you know, that we still like you know, and then we think you're very qualified, and so we'd like to just give you that kind of all of the leaf, whatever thing, you know, alternate.
That really is what happened. That's my view too.
I think if you have a vacancy, you want to place.
We did.
But, I mean, I will agree, I mean, in times where, you know, you've had an unexpected vacancy, somebody either they moved or they decided to step down or they don't want to do it anymore, but, you know, in between term, you know, it's awful nice not having to go through the whole process again, but saying, and doesn't mean that when this were to happen, that Alex Selicker would still be available, you know, and not say, no, I'm not, you know.
Right.
But it sure makes it nice to just say, well, he's not gonna be available for this meeting because, you know, we just found out about it. The next meeting with the council, again, I think it's still have the council be notified that we're bringing the alternate.
I got a half a cent. It didn't take, and I'm not disagreeing with Mr. Brown, but it didn't take too awful long to get two candidates that were interested in the position, so it's not like it would be, it wouldn't take too long to get somebody up. I mean, if you offered up again, you might have 5 candidates. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice for people that are interested, so, I don't know, I just think there's always.
It's not like we need a co-pilot to fly the plane here, I mean.
Yeah, well, I think it's always nice to know that you have the option of getting as many candidates and picking one.
And again, I'm just saying, if it's like 3 months left in the term, somebody moved or whatever, you know, and he said, wait, okay, we're gonna have to do this, and then 3 months later, we're gonna have to do it again, you know. It's, yeah, bring all of them for 3 months, you know, then you can go through the process. Because it's just like Charlotte says, sometimes, you know, not having a quorum can, you know, hold things up, you know, and if it's not gonna, you know, not gonna possibly have a quorum for 3 or 4 months, or whatever.
Make a motion, we approve the alternate.
Second.
Have a motion to second?
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
No.
And Mr. McDaniel?
No.
Ms. Powell?
Yes.
Passes by majority.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cross. Moving on, number 7.
Let's just vote yes on 7, 8.
8 and 10, we need to go to those.
You want to handle the beginning of this one, Charlotte, with the
Resolution to establish bank account for Senior Citizen Center AEDC grant administration.
I was needing to, so the grant on the senior center, I was needing to fill out a piece of paper, and I called, I didn't call Tracy, I called Josh with the AEDC, and they said that it's a requirement of this grant to open up a physical bank account. I tried to get him to, you know, we could just have a virtual account that's restricted in our fund system, in our accounting system, but he said no, and it can't commingle with any other funds, and it has to be a non-bank interest-bearing account. Well, we don't have any correct accounts that this would go to that is non-interest-bearing anyway, so that means we've got to open one up. One, because it's a requirement, and 2, because it's got to be non-interest-bearing. So that's what this is doing, and it's just going to be for the life of the administration of this grant. And I included a provision that says that it'll be closed upon completion of this. And then we're activity.
A couple of things that's important on this is that the reason that they want the bank account is because they're going to fund it automatically with the deposits into that account. And there is a very tight timeline for us to be able to say, these are the expenses we need. It's like a few days. So any expenses that are coming through the pipeline on these grant, for this grant for renovation of that senior center, we need to know it ASAP. We have to be in constant communication with this in order to meet this requirement for the grant to be administered. This is a temporary deal, it's not a permanent. They're gonna fund what our expenses are, they're not dropping $500,000 in there and use it however you want. They're administering it, and they want to administer it through an account that they have control with jointly.
I'll make a motion to adopt this resolution.
Second. Motion and second to adopt.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. Daniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell? Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Unanimous?
Thank you. Number 8 is finance resolution to amend budgets and appropriate ARPA funds.
Okay, here's the fun one. All right. We originally, back in the first tranche, I think that was sometime back in 2021, August, we received $972,000 worth of, and change, $972,655.12 to be exact. We received that money and asked for, at the pleasure of the council, if we want to earmark that. And we decided that one of the acceptable uses of it at that time would be for water sewer infrastructure. And by doing so, we kind of internally committed the money, but we didn't obligate the money. And it's a good thing we didn't, because right now there has been nothing presented to us as a project from water sewer. And the timeline is ticking right now for us to be able to obligate, put it under contract, and then take the money and bid it out and have the project completed within the timelines that are prescribed under ARPA. No. I don't put on here. He's taking pictures and they'll never see the light again. I'm concentrating on this, so maybe you guys should too. All right. So as far as the $972,000 is concerned, we had a reporting deadline as of 3/31. We had 1 month to actually file a report on how we used, committed, and spent an ARPA project money. We dedicated a tranche of the money to the senior center. We also said it was also going to be used, what was left over, for renovations. Then we got the grant. So we had to file, which we did. We actually filed our report. And doing so, one of the things that came up was, what are you going to use, as our attorney from AML, Karen Curry, responded to us and said, what are you using your second amount, or what other projects do you have? And we said, well, we've internally dedicated it or restricted it for water sewer. She said, I would highly advise that you not use that money for this purpose. And she gave a myriad of responses as to why, forwarding me subsequently the Bella Vista technique that they use, because when we originally filed our initial report, we used the revenue replacement. We did not use a specific one of the other criterias as the means and measures for how we were going to spend the money. We used revenue replacement under the $10 million. If you're under that threshold, you can dedicate it for that and use it pretty much for any revenue replacement type of category. One of which would be police salaries. And I'm going to tell you why we want to move it to that, because if we went with the criteria under water sewer infrastructure, then we would have to have an obligation to a project, which is now under contract, which was bid out, and then it has to go through the process of us defining latitude and longitude of whatever their infrastructure improvement is going to be, and the reporting requirements are huge. Not only that, but it's more restricted to them because you cannot use it for future growth opportunities. It has to be used specific to replacing and enhancing water sewer infrastructure that is in need of being replaced, such as a pump station, lift station, things that are currently in existence. Now remember, that would free up money from the water sewer to do growth-related projects like laying new sewer line, new water lines to where it may be needed within sections of the city. So what she also recommended, because we called her and said, you know, we have a grant for $500,000 that we were awarded. because it's a grant, does that disqualify after the purchase of the building, us using the rest of that ARPA money? Because we just pretty much divided it in half and said this would be the money left over. It's about $154,000 at that time. She said separate the two. Put that money back into you have not dedicated it, or you have not listed it as a project. By doing so, it's going to default back to your ARPA funds that would ultimately go back to the general fund. And I'm going to tell you why that's important, because we have earmarked the $500,000, and yeah, while you could use the ARPA money as the matching portion that we're required to do, there's a certain dollar amount they said some grants require. This grant does not. So that money then goes back to general fund if we decide to use it for, as we have an ordinance in front of, a resolution in front of you, to use the money specifically for police budgeted salaries. Now, I've done a calculation to show how it would all be consumed. We filed officially the first report for our first project, which was the purchase of the senior center plus the appraisal. That is $825,188. That's how much money we filed, and it is 100% complete. That closed, that's the dollar amount that we spent. That reporting will be very easy. We've got the contracts, we've got the sale agreement, we have the appraisal costs. Everything's ready for a fiscal audit of that project. And it will pass because everything, we show that it was a reasonable purchase. That was our real only requirement. Now, as far as the salaries are concerned, we have Centerpoint. And Centerpoint Red Wing comes in and goes into our computer systems and pulls the report specific, because they have an agreement with the state that makes that report accommodate the requirement for how we calculate and how we budget and how we pay for the salaries for the police department. So if you take the $825,000 out, that leaves us with what you have in your resolution left over of $1,125,219.68. So that's how much money we're going to say beginning with January 1 of 2023. We are going to move the budgeted salaries for the police, chief, and officers over to ARPA, which is a separate accounted for virtual fund under the general fund. And that takes away $1,125,000 worth of expense that right now is being funded by a shortfall of the shortfall right now is $756,000. It's a deficit that's being covered by the general fund. If we add back $1,125,000, that is going to generate a surplus of $368,000, which we know falls back to the general fund. So it makes sense to do that and cover it under ARPA for a lot of reasons. One is at the end of next reporting year, which would be by April 30th of 2024, all of our ARPA monies would have been spent, reported, and done. Instead of having the deadlines that were rapidly approaching us right now for the water sewer to decide what project to spend on, you don't have to worry about that. Plus, if you decide to continue to, and we have no reason why it wouldn't happen, the resolution that you've done that restricts it internally for infrastructure needs for water sewer, that money can still be transferred from the general fund over to water sewer, and it is unrestricted because it's no longer ARPA monies. So here's the deal. We have, the criteria was, if you take the salaries for police, chief, and officers, you have to remove any grant-funded monies that offsets that salary. You cannot use DEA revenue that comes in from a DEA grant for overtime, or DTF grants, or even the SRO reimbursement. That has to, you can't, those are funded budget items that reduce the amount of the salary. So I've taken the salaries of the officers, not the administrative assistant, and the chief, less the SRO, the DTF, and the DEA reimbursements. And then you can add back the taxation from the city's portion of the FICA and SUDA into that. The actual 2023 budget for the year is $1,185,000, more than what is left over in the ARPA funds. So for 1 year, what we're gonna do monthly is take the cost of the salaries and we're gonna transfer it over to the ARPA and pay ARPA as the months go on until such time as that resolution states we fully funded and utilize the ARPA monies, which even if they don't, because of vacancies, don't hit that budget amount, we still have 3 months into 2024 in that reporting year to consume that money. It'll be very easily consumed. So that's what we're trying to do, but what it does is it takes $1,125,000 and puts it back to the general fund to be used for however they want. If we take $972,000 and give it to water sewer, it's free and clear money now for them to use for whatever infrastructure they need, no reporting required, no technicalities on getting it bid and getting it done by a certain date. The other thing that we'll be doing is generating some additional monies or funds that was not anticipated. It would be the $152,564 after the transfer to water sewer. That would be leftover created from the ARPA monies that now become unrestricted in the general fund. And that's an important point because we were looking for how we were going to fund number 10, which is the budget amendment for the Cuthbert Bridge, which we'll talk about, because they're looking for us now due to a lost grant that would go back to Parks Department. It cannot be used for it, and we were looking at a $200,000 cost from the grant covered. We have worked out an agreement with Parks that if we can fund $150,000 through the general fund, and they fund another additional $50,000, they'll have $210,000 in gain for the bridge, and we'll have $150,000. And I'll explain that on that resolution. The money comes from the former ARPA monies, and it's not going to impact the general operating in any way, shape, or form. So we just artificially is moving things around legally by way of covering the budget salaries for the police department, another $150,000 that we can use for this bridge without any impact to the general fund's operations.
So did you let them know that Municipal League blessed
Oh,
this?
this is Municipal League's, yeah, I've worked with Karen Curry. She sent me the actual article as to how legally we can do it and that how legally we're going to report it. And only thing she didn't do, she just dropped some numbers in there. We put the real numbers in. This is what we want to dedicate as our project to, and we want to start doing that beginning in our immediately next payroll process.
There was a mechanism in the ARPA guidelines that, and you know, it's changed over time. The final rule has changed some things. Initially, a year or 2 years ago, they were saying that lost revenue would be where a lot of cities would like to claim this from because there's no restrictions on it. And that's really what this essentially is the same, just like that. So that you don't have to do so much cumbersome reporting. That has been.
I thought that the following month that we did have a resolution from the water department how we were going to use the funds that was going to be used for the splash pad.
We do.
No.
Well, it was just.
Used it for infrastructure. It could be splash pad. It could be whatever they dedicate it to. But it has never been obligated. And obligations means that you're under contract. That's your obligated money. You restricted it internally, and we did talk to Karen about this. She says, no, unless you have formally obligated it, it's not reportable. You cannot even put it on there as a project until it's formally obligated.
But the informal obligation that we did with the money was the only reason we got the second tranche.
No. They divvied up the amount that was awarded to the city of Greenwood in 2 payments. The second tranche was going to happen anyway. You could dedicate both, all one. You received, where's my numbers? You received $1 million. You received. I wish I hadn't put that away. Oh, here it is. $1,950,448. That's how much you received. Now, you were only supposed to get 2 tranches as a city. We received 3 payments, One was July 26th of 21, which was for 972, 655, 12. That's what you have in your first resolution to say, yeah, we're going to use that to give it to water sewer. Water sewer has yet to dedicate what they want that money for. 10/5/21 though, we got an additional $2,500, $2,550.83 to be exact. So Karen, when I asked her about that, she said, well, let me tell you where that came from. When the money was divvied up to the state of Arkansas for the cities, some cities elected not to participate. That money was redistributed to the participating cities. That was our portion of the redistribution. So then we received our next distribution on July of 22, which was going to happen anyway, because we knew we were going to get $1.9 million. We knew that. We just knew it was going to come in 2 payments. Actually, in all of what we received, our total amount of our award was $1,950,448. So what we're doing is we're going to, if we send the $972,655 over to water sewer and not reneging on this unless something comes up and you could say, no, we're going to change this and we're going to use it for something else. I don't see any reason to do that right now because they are incurring a lot of cost, especially with the parks department, with the curb and with other things that money would definitely come in handy for. Plus we got the Shadow Lake pump station or lift station or whatever you're having to deal with. It's wisely spent to the infrastructure like you originally dedicated it. That would mean that with that, $152,000 would remain in the general fund as free and clear money now. Artificially generated, but it's definitely usable, and we know that one of the reasons would be for a project that right now is at a point where everybody's bated breath waiting for Wednesday when that bridge will literally be put on its foundations. And I think it's a big bang for the buck.
A lot of work went into that, I know, Tom, end result.
And so we're pretty clear from the water, because that, and I guess this is a resolution, but it's not binding at all, it being a resolution.
No, it's binding from the internal city.
Huh?
It's binding. The only way this wouldn't be binding is if you rescinded it.
Well, I thought.
This is not ARPA money. This no longer is ARPA money. That's the only deal.
Number 8, what we're looking at right now, is no longer ARPA money?
Number 8, ARPA money that you restricted for this water sewer. What I'm asking you to do is replace it with this one, which basically says we're not going to restrict this to use it as a dedicated funds for infrastructure for water sewer. We're going to use it to offset and cover the salary budget for the police department. For a lot of the reasons I told you.
The ARPA money is now the police department.
It's the police department's money.
So do we need to correct that resolution, that it was going to the?
No, because that was the first tranche. This is the second tranche.
I make a motion to do this.
Well, I'm thinking it's not just the second tranche because it's more than the second tranche. It's really combined with
It's
both.
the second project. The
Yeah.
first project that we actually formally reported on was what has already been completed, which is the senior center. The remaining monies we're going to put in to cover the salaries for the police department.
Okay.
By doing so, the budgeted monies that are already in your budget of $1.185 million is going to be now gifted back to the monies in the general fund. So you then can revisit this one for the $972,000 and say, of that $1,185,000, we're going to honor this and we're going to give that money to water sewer. And that's not ARPA money now; it's general fund money. ARPA money is redirected by this resolution to the payroll.
I'm just saying, as long as we're legal about a resolution that we did.
Well, I asked the same thing, AC, I did. And we may need to deal with that thing next month.
You may need to deal with this, but it no longer is ARPA.
And then what is that?
This is the one you dedicated back in January.
Yeah,
August of
printed it out.
2021.
Yeah,
I
okay.
forgot to print it out for y'all
Yeah.
for, I was just gonna reference it.
Yeah, because it was our first tranche. Yeah.
Right.
So you're saying that we're gonna have to redo something after the fact that we're already doing something before Or it seems like we should do the.
This is nothing reported to the federal government because
Right.
it is not obligated. It's internally resolved by you guys. But it's because you have not acted on this and we have not obligated any kind of funding, we want to obligate the funding now to this so we can get rid of the ARPA monies, use the monies for something that we can then transfer back to the general fund for an unrestricted purpose. Then you can revisit this, take out the ARPA wording, and move the 972, if that's what you want to do, to the water sewer department outside of ARPA.
I think it would make AC feel better, vote on this, but include that we're gonna amend that resolution and remove that,
Yeah, because I think.
what we said back
when
then.
Something,
Because it bothered him that we said it's there, but it's also here.
and if we're gonna clear it up after the fact.
Yeah,
you
we,
know.
we do need to amend that
Yeah,
resolution.
we talked about that, and I asked for this to be in this package, because I said I was
Yeah.
gonna talk about it.
Yeah,
But you're right, as far as the federal government is concerned, this is nothing.
They've never seen
They
that
have,
thing.
they have no clue.
that was an internal declaration to ourselves, we're gonna restrict this.
You
And now
internally-
it does need to be dealt with,
Yes,
For us.
and we will. But why didn't we wanna deal with it on this meeting?
I told you to include it. I don't know. I thought it would confuse you if you, but, I mean, we really should. This was gonna be included. I think this
I
should
remember
be
you saying
reworded and brought back at the
Right.
next meeting so that we can take care of this.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, I thought we, yeah, it'd be more.
What you keep holding up there though is the
From the.
900,000 that
Yeah.
we're going to dedicate to infrastructure for water sewer.
Yep, yep.
Right, it does have.
And that
money
just
in it.
simply says that it's coming from general fund rather than coming from ARPA.
That's
This
what
is
needs
the
to be
first-
changed.
No, it's-
This says it's coming from the ARPA
That's,
fund.
what's what you did.
And that's what we need to
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, and we don't want to repeal it, because there's stuff in there that needs to stay,
Right.
but that's a section
Need
that
to
we do
revise it.
probably need to read.
So do you want to add that to the
Amend.
agenda so we can get this done?
We can.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, let's add it. as a
What
resolution.
resolution number is that, so people can see it on
It
there?
is 121-19.
And for those of you in the audience, there will be a test.
Yes.
What-
121-19, that's
Yeah,
one of the answers.
yeah.
Well, I guess on one side I can see that's a benefit of this is that I was really wanting to try to help, the Boys and Girls Club. I mean, can some of this money be used for the Boys and Girls Club?
Sure.
It's freed up.
Straight up.
Basically, in a nutshell, Tom is the guy, in a nutshell.
Creative.
ARPA's taken care of, both tranches.
All of
You
them.
now have that amount of money sitting in general fund. All of it, if you want to go right back to water sewer or whatever, they are no longer under any restrictions of what project
Right.
to do it with. Or you can use it for the girls club, or.
Right. It's no longer ARPA money.
Okay, so-
It's just.
Let me say this to maybe help clarify why this is a good idea.
Yeah.
Without jumping to, besides the fact that we lose it, but to jump forward to number 10 for just a second, the reason that grant has become a problem is that the RDOT folks told us a few weeks ago, oh, sorry, we misunderstood. We didn't realize this was underway. Well, underway means underway. Well, I didn't understand what you meant about underway. These are federal dollars, and in order to administer federal dollars, we have to jump through the federal hoops to do that. One of those hoops is a environmental impact study. Did we disturb a snail or something? Well, we can't do that. This project was already under construction when you told us you gave us the grant. Well, we misunderstood that. Okay, that's a big problem.
Another way to RDOT is,
And so
you're working on it.
the point is, we can reallocate this amount of money from the general fund to the water sewer to use as you need for your infrastructure, instead of jumping through all of the hoops associated with ARPA funds that says you gotta go do all these studies and do all of that,
Well, it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I saw,
Government
It's
employees.
called NEPA.
I'm glad I saw the red part of Bow Eagle when I was on the
We're
train.
gonna take the money from water and sewer, and you may get the last pack.
No,
had no,
but it won't be restricted, we won't have
Right.
to adhere to their rules.
Correct.
So shame on you for not spending it quick.
because what we take from you, we're already spending. So you're gonna get less back if you get anything at all.
Wow.
Don't listen to him.
To me.
He's only one vote.
Okay, so we're adding,
Go back to.
we're adding number 11 as in, what are we calling it?
You have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, let me get this added first, and we'll do it. No, you're fine.
We have to vote on it,
Yeah,
What?
no, I'm just adding to the
to add
agenda.
it to the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Add
We
to
don't
the-
have to vote on that, no.
We just
As long
have
as
to
there's
do
no
our-
Everybody's
objections.
good? We're adding that number 11.
We're gonna amend resolution 121-19, but we do have a motion on the floor
Yes.
by Roger for this ARPA one.
Second.
Second, motion second.
I would like to pass on this until we do number 11. Just a point of order, but I think, you know, the horse comes before the cart.
Right now, 121-19 is afterwards.
Well, it'll be tonight, but it'll be to
Right.
revise this to take out ARPA.
I'm trying to figure out a way to get that resolution dropped into your tablets.
We can move the agenda and put what we're adding as number 11 as number 9, or 10. Or 9, I'm sorry. Yeah, we'll move that. We'll do that,
Or done that, as long as we get it to the board.
Number 8.
whatever.
I mean, it makes sense to do this.
Let's do that.
Yes.
You make that adjustment?
We're doing, which are, what
We're
are we
doing,
doing
we're
first?
doing,
ARPA?
no, that resolution.
Resolution, all right.
We're gonna fix
So the resolution, I've got it up, and you can pull it up on your tablets if you go to the city's website and you want to look at it. But it's just one sentence at the end of section 1 that needs to be deleted or removed.
And section 2. Section 2 says it's gonna come from a restricted account 13,700 and it won't.
No, that one was set up.
This is no longer ARPA money, so nothing with ARPA.
I know, but
comes out
this
of
is
here.
setting up the whole ARPA account.
Well, this resolution should be revised to say nothing about ARPA.
No, this was setting up ARPA.
Where it says we're gonna give them
I'm gonna
grant
read this
money.
again, just to make sure. There's a lot of
The
discussion.
City of Greenwood hereby accepts the first tranche of ARPA funding by electronic deposit in the amount of $972. What needs to then be changed, that's not a problem, but what needs to be changed is the increase grant money received with said monies remaining in the general fund appropriated for water sewer
That's
infrastructure
what I'm saying.
purposes only.
That's what needs to be
That
strict.
just needs to be taken out.
But the rest of it needs to stay because we created
Yes,
the
I follow what
ARPA.
you're doing the other way, yeah. I was gonna create the whole new other one.
Okay, can you read that as we need, or they would need to approve?
So we're
Section
striking
1.
Section 1, right?
Right.
I don't think we need to strike section 1 though, because we have to intake that money. So that is
You're
operating.
not striking the whole section.
But, well, okay, that's
You're
what
not
I thought you just said though.
No, I
We
said
just
the
need
grant
to,
money received.
we
in
need to
section
delete
1.
appropriated for water and sewer infrastructure purposes only. That's it.
That's it.
Okay, would you read it as stricken?
Not just repeal that, just say.
No, because
No,
this is a
because we need it.
it's a dual resolution. It establishes us receiving and opening an account, a virtual account, and then it also says what the purpose was for.
Okay.
We just need to take what the purposes were for out and just say that money went into ARPA, which is fine.
Yes.
So make a motion, we adopt that ordinance with those changes.
With
Second.
It's a resolution.
It's a
Resolution, pardon
thank
me.
you.
Yes. Second.
Motion second.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Terry,
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater,
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel,
Yes.
Mr. Powell.
Yes.
That's unanimous, and you will see the document. I will send it all out to you. so
Thank you.
know.
So, Mr. Rainwater still got a motion standing. right?
Yes.
Yes, and Daniel seconded it.
So we motion a second
So that's done.
This is on the
on the
ARPA
ARPA funds.
municipal league blessed
Yes.
deal.
Now, and, do I make an addition to that to say that I want money to go to the Boys and Girls Club to fund lights, or is that separate?
That will be a different.
We'll add it to the next.
And that one won't be ARPA anymore, it'll just be our
It's the
money.
general.
It'll be residual money left over from this whole deal, be ours, not ARPA anymore. All right, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
What are we voting on?
You're voting on the one that says draft, number 8.
Budget appropriation. Yes.
Yeah, I'm a no.
You're a no?
You don't want
Mr.
to
Rainwater?
Yeah.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Passes by
Be
three.
free up.
Now it's gonna go no.
Went 5-1.
I don't know what that bill is. That's what I'll let you do the recording. How about that?
All right, we need to get on,
Great job, Seth.
I mean, he needs to get to fire.
Sorry, yes, where we at?
We are at number 9 for the Old Iron Bridge.
Number 9, Parks Department, resolution to authorize recreational trails program. Otis is here, and if you'd like to hear from Otis, everybody say amen.
Hey,
Amen.
I just asked you, might get a quote.
Too late for that.
What this is our parks director wants to apply for a grant to do the old bridge. Complete our circle at our water treatment plant, with the lake. And so we're still trying desperately, and we've got it on plan, and we're working hard to try to get it completed. And he needs some money, and he's gonna just apply for a grant.
To clear the old Iron Bridge, the one that's been there for,
Yeah, that's the old highway team.
yep.
So we no longer have the 200 grand that we already had for that.
This you do.
No, you
And
do,
stays.
yeah, you do, don't confuse that. This is a TAP grant, not an RTP grant.
I don't know what any of that means, but okay.
I'll make a motion we adopt the resolution.
Second.
Motion second to adopt.
Council, thank you. Commissioners, appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
Yes.
Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Powell?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Number 10, finance resolution to amend budget for Cuthbert Bridge Fund application.
Okay, this is where the 150 comes in, and I kind of alluded to it. The $200,000 is not lost, that grant. When they said, no, you can't use it for this, they said, but you can still use it for a project that has not been started, but you still have available that money. Then they said, can we use it for trail lighting? And the response was, no. It has to be for construction of trail, doesn't have to be around the lake, doesn't have to be a bridge, just constructing new trails or paving an existing gravel trail. So there's a lot of projects that Parks Department could do. They have a very big plan. I don't know if you saw their future growth of their trail systems. So this will give them an opportunity to better utilize that $200,000 in the grant for trails. And further along their process. So that just shifts back to them. Now, they have put into the bridge $160,000 last year, and now we're going to ask them for $50,000 more. So of the total $500,000 cost to put that bridge up in the at the lake, in order to complete the loop without having people walk out on Mount Harmony, it was going to be $500,000, slightly under. There was donations by one specific family for $100,000 plus a grant that was received by the Community Foundation for $40,000, and then a transfer of city sales and use tax from parks of $160,000. And what we were lacking is the $200,000. So with the parks generating the $210,000, this all started because there was a bridge out back, and somebody said, let's pull the bridge up and see if it's worth us utilizing and fabricating and putting somewhere and put it to use rather than it just rusting in the back. And so they came out, lifted it up, engineers looked at it and said, yeah, it's good. You can do whatever you need to do with it. So the city paid almost $7,000 to have that study done. And then it was moved over to a fabrication place to have it done, fabricated. And when Parks thought, you're asking us to put 360, almost all of the cost of that, and we didn't ask for this. They kind of felt like it was being shoved down their throat in order to finally finance a project that was at a point of no return. You've got the bridge, people are excited about the bridge, it's ready to go. And so I said, the least the city could do is not hand you a piece of junk and say, fabricate it, put it here where we want you to put it, you do it, you pay for it. So what we decided was that if we're gonna do that, we need to give them a bridge that's ready to put in there and bring it to them. And then they do all the foundation work and they pay for all the costs associated with putting that bridge, installing the bridge, and having it something that would be used by a large percentage of the population that walks trails and a lot of the people that would be out there fishing and utilizing the amenity that it would offer. So they were amenable to the city, if we could pay the $150,000, which is the cost of fabrication, according to the estimates that we got from Holmes, the cost of fabrication and the cost of getting it to the site, both of which have happened. So we're going to get a bill for $150,000 that the city is asking for this budget resolution to be approved in order to cover the remaining costs of what it's going to take to pay for that bridge and get it up there and used. So you go back to the money I was talking about that freed up by what you just voted on with the ARPA money. It's there. Well, it's not going to cost you anything. It's not going to affect the city coffers from what its budget, what the budget was. We generated that money in order to be able to accommodate this cost.
I told you that money wasn't coming back.
Well, I mean, if we would have kept the money, we might have lost.
That was the point.
So it's better to get it and get what we can.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Glad you're here.
Way to be a team player, Greg.
You're retired.
Yeah, I know. I make a motion we approve this resolution.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Maker?
Yes.
Mr. Terry?
No.
And Mr. Rainwater?
Yes.
Mr. McDaniel?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Passes by majority.
You have a time of 6 pack.
No. Thank you.
You notice that?
Tomorrow,
You caught all that.
I think we're done with the agenda items.
He owes time
Yes.
big time.
Department reports and questions from council.
Before we get too far from that discussion, where does that leave us in rough numbers that we could help the Boys and Girls Club?
Right off the bat, you have $5,000 that is from that ARPA money that won't be needed. And anything that you save on that bridge from the $500,000 can be defaulted into helping out.
Didn't we promise the parks though that we'd give that back to them?
Yeah, you did.
Council.
Because of their $50,000, yes.
There's probably $20,000 to $40,000 that we're under budget, we think. And we don't have all the bills on the bridge. And I think we kind of promised the parks that whatever we're under budget, that we will give back to them for their.
Good.
Yeah.
Questions for,
So we're not gonna have anything left over then, is what you're saying?
From the ARPA money?
From all this, what we did, moving this here and this
Sure
there.
you are, because you've got a surplus coming back to the general fund from the covering of the police budget, number one. And then you also are gonna have whatever the police department comes in under budget. They usually do every year. $768,000, which is what their deficit is, probably will come in more like around the 600 range. So that all falls back to the general fund. So yes, the money would be there. I just wouldn't want to say you're going to commit 122,000 I would rather they do it in phases so that we can systematically monitor that outlay of cash, rather than say, here it is, go spend it.
Well, I guess what I heard Daniel saying is that it's all having to go
The ARPA
back.
money,
ARPA money.
but that doesn't mean that he's not generating some surplus cash as it is. That's my point.
And I thought he said the surplus cash still is gonna have to be kicked back to the parks because it went over
No,
50,000.
no, that's not surplus
From
cash.
what Parks committed,
Parks committed $210,000 to this project, they already spent $160,000. The project is gonna come in under budget. What it comes in under budget,
doesn't go
they
to
call a
general
surplus
fund.
for them, is gonna go back to parks. That's separate from what we're talking about from the general fund. That's dedicated monies to that City Lake Bridge Trail project. So don't
Sorry,
get
I
those
shouldn't have brought
confused.
that up.
Because I guess I thought I heard you say that we were going to have something like around a little over 300,000 surplus in the general fund after all this was said and done.
That's
And-
not-
And then I thought, well, but we're giving 200, to the parks, or 200 and.
150.
150, yeah, so I'm thinking, we had should have like 150,000 left over.
The 150,000 is coming from monies that was in the first payment for the senior center. Remember the 970 something thousand dollars we were going to use? Well, the difference between the 850, which is the cost of the acquisition of the building, and the cost for going to go apply toward the renovation, has been pulled back, and it's going to be the money that we use for the bridge. Because all we're using for the renovation and what we're trying to hold them to is that $500,000 grant. We don't want to spend any more money on the renovation if at all possible. If that renovation comes in at 350 to 400,000, then that 150 is free and clear, and it was from the first tranche, or from the first project that we did for the senior center. But, like I said, anything that we do to pay his salaries off, and any surplus he generates from coming in under budget, falls right back to general. It doesn't stay with him. Remember, he's an operating department under general. So,
Wasn't the discussion on the renovation of the senior center like, I don't know, what was the number, 250? Of what renovations would be?
right. Now it's, what is the architect coming back with?
Well, the architect, for grant purposes, put down $500,000.
It's more like 6.
Well, something, yeah, to get as much of that grant that we could get, which we got all of it, $500,000. So,
Didn't we think we could do the renovations? for
yeah, so
250?
architect, so we're going through the process with the architect that we had to go through for grant. And then we, when I say we, Hunter and myself, will hold Travis accountable for what we do. We've already said from the beginning of that, we're gonna make this really nice and make it usable, but we don't need to Taj Mahal. So, now, what happens with money left over from the grant, I mean, I don't know what what happens there if you don't spend the $500,000. I don't know, I mean, I assume you spend it or you lose it. So, we have the ability, we have $500,000 to spend on it, but we don't think we have to spend that much money.
Correct.
Well, that's what I was thinking, since we have the ARPA money, and we have this $500,000, if we use $500,000, would that mean free up more ARPA money then?
It is, it's freeing up the 150, which is what we're using for this.
Right, but I'm thinking.
Because we're not using it for the renovation.
And so,
But if your renovation was 300,000, just for easy math, the 200,000 is not necessarily free and clear unallocated money because it was part of this grant.
It is the grant, and it probably goes back to the grant.
Yeah, you spend that or.
Yeah, we're not even counting.
Yeah, we gotta use it,
I'm talking
the 500.
We're talking about the 150
Right.
that was left over from buying the senior citizens.
Correct.
That's the 150.
154,000 was the residual amount that was the ARPA dedicated monies that we put towards the senior center after the purchase.
Yeah, we paid $825
A25,
For the building property, and the month, and the ARPA was 972.
Probably the way we should leave this is you go take a look at things and tell us what our options are for Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Well, since we've already reported this March 31st one or whatever about the ARPA money,
Which is the senior center.
senior said, yeah, so is that done? Because, I mean, huh?
Done.
Okay, so I'm thinking, now that, I'm thinking this ARPA money is now unrestricted money, I'm thinking we can say, oh, we're gonna buy 500,000 of this grant money, and that'll free up more money.
Now, that money was already put into the budget.
Grant money's you use it or lose it. The number to play with is the 900 some odd thousand that was
Originally assigned to them.
Originally for the senior citizens.
no, it was for water sewer.
972.
So they could come back and go, well, I got $600,000 worth of projects or whatever. Well, whatever the difference is between that and that 900 something, that's the money that's we're trying to figure out here.
Because it's no
That
longer,
could potentially go to Boys and Girls Club.
yeah, because it's no longer ARPA, it's general.
Right.
Right.
That's, that is currently an unallocated general fund balance of 900,000, just say.
700,000.
700,000.
We already spent 200,000.
We spent 100.
150,000.
No, you didn't.
What did we give him for the bridge?
Yeah,
150, okay.
150 was
700.
what I was generating for it, but you still have the 900 left, because remember, it's $1,125,000.
So there's like $900,000
972.
unallocated, sitting in general fund right now, except that we just did that resolution, right, that said we're gonna give it to.
You didn't say you were giving it to you.
Oh, we took
struck it
ARPA.
out. So now you have to decide.
So that, now we need to know, what we need to know now is from water sewer, what do you really need?
Right.
And if they go, well, we need $650,000, then there's,
You had 300,000 committed? 3 million.
You're a good grace.
whatever the difference in that number is in this 900 some odd is where we get the money from.
Where you get the money for that.
Well, I was going to say that Travis is almost done with the design.
Yes. Here's what what's holding it, if there's anything holding it up, it's a survey. You've got to be a survey, he has to have a survey, so that's been ordered on that property. We didn't do one earlier, didn't have to close and all, so, but yes, we are literally waiting on him to start spending that $500,000
I was
grant.
thinking if we have an engineering plan, I think it should go out for bid so that everything can be transparent and above board and safety issues resolved and everything like that.
Do what?
We have a free contract.
We have a free,
Services being offered free.
yeah, not
Not the builder,
he
but
is
the
the
contractor.
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 for the job now.
Well, I'm just thinking that since
But
that's.
we will do everything that the
Yeah.
grant makes us do. We're not trying to sneak anything by anybody on a $500,000 grant. One, we had to meet whatever requirements there was to even get it. I mean, there's no,
Not board.
Well, I'm thinking if it is out for bid, and if Buddy comes out with if he's gonna, totally his services, I mean, he'll be the low bidder or whatever, I would think.
Well, he's just a general contractor.
he's general contractor. He's not
doing
doing the work, he's the contractor, the overseeing.
He could not, so he's not qualified to be a contractor?
He is a contractor.
No, he is a contractor.
But he's offering his contract.
If the grant requirements have us go out for bid, I don't even know where that is yet. I mean, we've not sat down with them to see this, but we will do everything above board. We're not in the habit of spending any grant money, especially one that's been under such attack from day one, any other way but right.
Well, I'm just thinking the right way would be to put
If
down.
we're gonna do it, what's right, Mr. Brown? Why would you suggest anything other than that?
I didn't say anything, I'm just saying, it kind of clears the air,
Done.
stuff like that.
Done. Going out to bid.
Yeah, thank you.
It's going out for bids.
Gonna have to, we're gonna do it. Let's move on, I gotta go get.
I don't understand why that keep continues. All right, but I do understand, actually. I completely understand. So we're moving on. Anything from department heads? Nothing? I've got a couple things real quick. Update on traffic signal control box that has been was placed in front of our beloved sign Michael Young designed for us. We paid $50,000 for. I was, needless to say, I was not a happy camper, and I went out and made that known. And you can get, anyway, you drop enough, so they're moving it.
At whose expense?
Theirs.
Okay.
You're welcome. And happy anniversary, God bless her heart, to Carrie and Daniel McDaniel.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
So,
How many years?
Poor Carrie,
that's what I'm saying.
24 years.
Anything from anybody?
Yes.
I'll entertain it.
For,
I'm sorry, Council for.
I was thinking, an issue of Eastside Village and the ownership of Eastside Village. I mean, we voted on a thing last, special call meeting, and I'm assuming it was a final plat, and so I'm thinking, did we vote on a final plat of just phase 1A or 1, or do we vote for a final plat of the whole shebang thing? Everything.
The
That's
whole
not-
shebang.
It's not, it's
Well, we'd
not,
like to address the Siobhan question.
bang, moving plat.
Flood zoning was for the entire project.
What is the entire project?
What we have shown on, I can go get you a map of it, it's the.
So can we approve zoning on something that it's not owned by the people that are presenting it?
Mr. Brown, I don't know where you got that information, but that man is a partner with them and has partnered with them from day one. His signature is on there along with Mr. Sean, Buddy's, and Jamie's. It's all very legal. It's been signed, notarized, and filed with the county clerk over here.
So the county records has not been updated?
No, you
So
can't.
that, I was gonna look on the website as of today, it still
I'd
shows.
love to be able to tell you that when you go on the county records, that's all information that you can bank on, but you can't do it. They're real slow of updating their records. They combined parcels without telling us about them. We just use that as general information. The only way to know for sure is to have surveys. I wish it wasn't so, but that's the way it is.
So we're taking this I mean, do we have any kind of official thing to show that this is all belongs to East Village?
It's called notarized, it's called engineer stamps, it's called everything that is legal, and I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, the gentleman that, Buzo or whatever it is.
Buzio.
He is part of this development, and I wish Mr. Lloyd was here. He had the contracts, letters, and everything else. They got it signed, notarized, and the county accepted it. It's filed, it's a done deal.
Can those letters come forth to the council next month?
Do what?
And those notarized letters and everything come to the council next month?
It's kind of after the fact. I mean, it's filed.
Why don't we just send it to who you're speaking on behalf of? Why don't we just send it to him?
I'm speaking on behalf of
Yes,
myself.
you are. Yes, you are. Everybody in the room knows it, and it's getting very old. This is I know. How do I know?
What are you
kidding me? I'm not gonna get into it with you. But I'm tired of fighting it. The subdivision is being built. It's gonna be in Greenwood, Arkansas. End of story.
And so
Motion.
you're saying we can't see any kind of notarization?
I can see anything you want to.
Who's the owner?
You can go anywhere you want to. I don't care. But why don't you just ask the man you're asking me on behalf of?
I'm asking on behalf
Who
of
are you?
myself.
Who are you
And I'm
asking on
citizens
behalf
that
of?
I represent.
Where do you get your information from, Mr. Brown, now that we're there? Who do you constantly get your information from?
Well, this right here came forward to,
From who?
out of the Greenwood paper, I saw
The
that.
Greenwood paper? We don't have a Greenwood paper.
And then I
The
checked.
tradition?
Then I checked, and it was on the,
Sir?
county records. And then I
That's
checked
not a
the county
Greenwood
records.
paper. That's not a Greenwood
And I
paper.
checked for myself on the county records.
The county records are so far behind. Those people tell you that, the attorney tells
And
you
so if
that.
they're telling me that, all I'm asking for is some type of notarization then. If you're saying that it is all their property.
It's done. We're doing it. It's built. It's being built.
Would you like to see a notarized copy?
Yes.
Hang on just one second.
Is it gonna be published in that paper that you call?
The,
Or is he gonna finally say, this is real?
And again, I think that'll clear the
No,
air.
you didn't answer my question.
I
Is
think that'll
that,
clear the air.
do you think that'll be published in the paper?
Right now, it shows here that it's not.
Do you think, when it's all said and done,
Now you're afraid of questions?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Then why do you get so riled up?
Because I'm tired of you doing nothing but Ken Edwards' work. It's
I don't think Ken
ridiculous.
Edwards' work.
Oh my gosh, AC, don't act.
It's obvious. No, it's not.
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
just asking questions.
You ask his questions.
No, I'm not asking his questions.
Why don't he show up? I would like for that person to be in this room at least one time to ask a real question directly and come to the people that are doing the business, not working through you.
He don't even live in the city of Greenwood anymore.
For somebody that says he remains, he's not.
Not your constituent.
It's getting ridiculously old.
Mayor, I think, we still have, we're
Due
still able to
process.
answer questions. And that's
He's
what-
gonna answer to you, he's gonna answer you right now.
And
I wanna know if that's gonna be in the paper when he shows it to you. You know it is.
that's what was shown to us last time.
No, that's a notary.
No, if you'll notice, all the signature lines have been signed, it's filed, got the engineer stamp on it, everything is notarized.
And that says, of course that says phase one
There is a
there.
gentleman right there that you're asking about.
Hey, Tom,
The, Paul Lloyd?
Under there, let's see, there it is. He is the gentleman that owns the booth go.
He owns, Boozo LLC. And that's just for phase one, but yeah, that says phase one, and then say for the other phase, East Village Greenwood.
All right, anything further for any department heads, council forum, anything?
Sidewalks look great. When can we expect the second part?
Jeremy Shores is working on that. They've already done the surveying for the phase two, which is coming back to Bass Street, which we will build a sidewalk, been proven, although I was told years ago you'd never do that. By golly, we're doing it. Sorry.
I know, but I use them all the time.
Yeah, so I don't know, it's on Jeremy's, and it is, we've been approved for that, as you know, and we're not missing any deadlines. They asked for a quarterly report, and Jeremy sent them in, so.
How long will Jeremy, do you think it's spent on it?
How much,
Well, I mean, when, I'm not the money, I'm talking about the time, how long will it
when
be?
you think we can get it started?
Yeah, when will sidewalks start?
He has to get the easements written for us or prepare them, and then we have to acquire them, which is, we were hoping this is gonna be a whole lot shorter than the first phase one. I forgot how many property owners, they're all local.
We're gonna buy Danielle's candy and keep her pumped up.
Yeah, she's basically refused to do that. Hunter has taken on that one. He's doing the easement.
Mine can.
I'm anxious to get it started as everybody is. That thing has been a long time coming. It's hit literally snags, water lines, gas lines. But people are very appreciative of that. Every time I go somewhere, they're saying thank you for the sidewalk.
The people coming out of town are saying, man,
Yeah.
it looks good.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Sidewalks look great.
Did you want to stay and talk this evening?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sir?
Yes, that'd be great.
You want to do, I mean, I don't know if we can discuss right now.
Well, they kind of wanted to do it.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to introduce ourselves.
Sure, come on up. Yeah, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, I know our first, I'm
sorry
sorry.
y'all had to sit here all
Oh,
night.
yeah.
Well, no, I talked to them.
Yeah.
I think they,
My name is Brandon Riggs. This is my fiance Gina. And we had a rain, I guess it was last June, and I think we talked to Mr. Terry about, or my father just talked to you about.
What's your address,
It
sorry?
is 107 Spruce Street, and we had a huge rain, and there was a tree that had grown up in the drainage. And there's a drop off behind her backyard, and about a quarter of her backyard has fallen into this drainage ditch. And every time we get a big rain, it's like there's houses behind it and we're afraid like every time we get a big rain, it's gonna flood their homes. And we just don't know what to do about it. It's above our heads.
That's in Maple Ridge.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I sent pictures, I don't know if everybody got the pictures I sent a while back. I went up there and checked it out. It's a mess, and they just need guidance, whether we can help or can't, or
Was
what
it
they
a
do.
tree in the easement?
Yes, sir, it's a city easement.
Yeah, there was a concrete, somewhat of a concrete V ditch there, if I remember, I went up there too, a while back and looked, and
So
so,
just not one tree, there's many.
yeah,
trees
all
in there.
down.
Yes.
And at the time, and I appreciate you coming, for sure. At the time, I had spoken to Mayor, City Attorney Mike Candy at the time, and he was gonna look into what we are responsible for to give me some guidance, and that's, apologize, fell to the wayside.
We just don't know what to do.
Well,
So
I
our ordinance, I think, because we've visited this a lot in different areas over the years, our ordinance says the homeowner is supposed to keep, that clear back there. But a lot of the places around town, people don't know that, and it just grew up a big. So then, the street department, sometimes, do they,
Yeah, I declared war, if you will, on drainage about 2 years ago, and we've gotten a little bit of it done, but not much. So she is absolutely right, whereas homeowner, if your property line meets with the property behind you as it stands, then you are responsible for keeping it clear. But the city, if there is obstructions, and that's where it's a gray area, and we'll get Mr. Plummer, no. It is Plummer. To opine. There's so many plumbers, whether it's Travis, anyway, of what we can do. Well, I want to help you.
It's a mess.
Yeah. At the very least, what we might be looking at doing is try to get because your lamp is hard to get in there.
It's very hard.
So we might need to.
But we were looking to, we've had her land surveyed, and it seems like the neighborhood wasn't even built right. It should have been extended
Totally
out.
agree with you.
Disaster from the start.
And we don't know where to go.
Right. You're losing yard.
Oh, yeah.
Literally.
I mean, she's probably got another 20, 30 feet
Yeah.
that could have gone in like a completely different drainage system.
Yeah.
The
So
issue we get is if you go in there and try to fix their wall of their yard, then the neighbor's yard's gonna have a problem.
And there's trees coming through their
Yeah,
yard.
the tree removal, in my opinion, and I vary a little bit from what our own ordinance says, that because you may be physically able to remove that tree, but, and I'm just using an example, the lady next door to you might be 90 years old and a widow, she can't do anything. So we live in the city of Greenwood, and we try to take care of our own, so I know it's been a long time.
Yes, and every time it rains, we're just,
Yeah.
we're scared. I mean,
Right.
we're just-
Are you on the uphill side, the north side? of
Yes, sir,
Spruce?
yes, sir.
Yeah. The house that, do you know if it was, because Bert, we talked about,
Is it Birch Street?
On
well, I was
Birch,
thinking of who lived below you, is that Bert? They used to live there.
I think he rents that house out.
Oh, yeah, so it's a red house now?
I believe so.
So
We've
that-
talked to them, they're kind of getting mad, frustrated, like we are.
Yeah.
Well, see, the water comes out of that, this poor drainage ditch into their yard, it becomes a flood down through that
But
river.
we tried to clean it up as best we can,
So
so.
the whole thing was, like you said a while ago, it's not good.
now, have you talked to our street department about it at all?
Oh, yeah.
And they just can't get in there?
They want to know what they should do.
Okay, so a drainage easement,
Is hard.
get in there and do it.
Yeah, getting to the drainage is, we're gonna have
That's
to
the
go,
problem.
so, yeah, so here's, it's just like every other house in Greenwood.
Well, I've got the Burge
Except
Jones number,
water.
his dad gave me the Burge Jones number to ask him if that could go on his property.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
your,
And,
His brother-in-law, or cousin-in-law.
and I said back when I was dealing with it, you get written agreements from all those property owners that they will not sue you,
yeah, and that's easy, I'd say that's easy, it's not, knowing that we know who owns the rent house, we kinda gotta leg up
Yeah.
a little bit, I think.
But what do we just don't know what to do.
I understand, so, and I'm not trying to put you off at all, let me take, we have a new, and I hate it when I say this, but we have a new street director. So I don't know that he's been up there. Jeff and I will go as soon as I think he's back tomorrow.
And I was hoping my father would be here today, but he had an association meeting today. And he has a lot of details.
I'll get a hold of him tomorrow and let him know that we talked about it tonight.
Okay.
He's got a power, he's got a water, and the information, original plat, and all this stuff from over there.
Your dad?
Now, obviously, we'll have to wait till it gets a little drier either way, so once it gets into the summer more, we'll be able to get on that open property and not do as much damage.
Right. I think it's pretty soft right there.
We'll definitely get something taken care of.
Hey, I want to
Appreciate y'all's patience.
thank you for having to sit through all this.
It's been interesting.
Well, no, so we visited earlier, so I gave him the option to sign it, but he said, no, we'll wait till later. So we,
I didn't have all the information for everybody.
yeah, I didn't even want to make sure.
Mayor, we did, when that neighborhood was being built,
Yeah.
and I think Tim was here, we actually pulled the building permits on that whole Spruce Street and shut it completely down
No, really,
because of
that,
because
or
of
lack
that.
of.
It flooded and went right into GK's.
Oh, yeah, well, the house next to it
It come into me,
was really bad.
but it also got in the old Boone's house because it went in under the floor, pushed up the bathroom floor in it, and it flooded it in there more than once.
The first the first street right there, Rocky Walker built.
It has taken about a quarter of her backyard and it
There's
could
Spruce,
all
we started
go.
building Spruce Street, they started flooding that in there, so we actually stopped those arguments and stopped certificates on those.
That yard used to be something else, somebody told me to put that.
We'll come up tomorrow. I mean, I think I can come up and I think our directors there, we got, well, even if not, we won't hear it.
We get home about, I get home about 4:30.
Dude, my car right outside when you leave, right there on the right, my car is laying right there. If you'll grab one of those.
Can you call you?
Yes, sir. Got my cell number. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for being patient.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Motion, second to adjourn. Thank you very much. Thomas, your notes are like a book.
Yeah.